Good morning, everyone. Hope everyone is doing okay this morning. We're going to go ahead and get started with our budget hearing this morning. We're going to open up with a word of prayer. I'm going to ask Commissioner Henderson. Yeah, if you will, ask Commissioner Henderson would he pray for us, and I'm going to ask Commissioner Edwards if he would lead us now with the pledge.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With everyone bow their heads, dear Father, we just come before you with thanksgiving in our heart. We come before you early this morning, ask for your guidance as we conduct this work session. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Good morning. I want to thank all of you guys for being here today for our budget meetings today. I'm going to turn it over now to County Manager, Mr. Lloyd Kerr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today, we will be looking, or you will be looking at the budgets and hearing from the constitutional officers and the elected officials, as well as solid waste and the public defender's office. And we'll begin. The sheriff's budget is the first one, and that can be found on page 204 of your book.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Y'all sound excited this morning. Jesus Christ. It's good to be here with you this morning. I will be brief this morning. I think my presentation this morning is going to be about as short as Commissioner Henderson's prayer. So bear with me this morning. Again, it's good to be here with you this morning. Realize that those of you who have other things to do would rather be, as I say, doing other things or doing voluminous things, places that you'd rather be and rather go. I feel likewise. I would go on to say that this is one of the moments of my time, even that I think that I would say during my career that I regret most. I spent some 13 years as sheriff. I would think that I've been before the board some 20 plus 25 times, whatever, in terms of seeking funding for the office of sheriff. And when I say seeking funding for the office of sheriff, that's not seeking funding for myself. If I seek funding for myself, it's as an individual because I am a taxpayer of this community. But I stand on behalf of the citizens of this great county and those who make up the organizations there at the sheriff's office. Again, in terms of the years that I've been before the board here, there are times I've been optimistic, but as I grow older in age and all, I'm more pessimistic about things. I have presented what I thought was an accurate and true account of the needs for this community and the office of sheriff. But again, I guess when it comes to this area, I'm not the expert because what I present is not what we receive. So I have said on many occasions, and when I look back at the trend of the budget over from the time my predecessor was in office up until today, the Office of Sheriff budget has only increased by $5.5 million or so. I think when you look at 13 years, well, you would add another year, that's 14 years because I worked off of my predecessor's budget. And when you look at those numbers, and when you look at the growth that we've had in this community, to include residents, to include businesses, to include individuals who have moved here in this community, I do not believe that the budget that the Office of Sheriff currently hold today is representation of what the needs of this community should have and desire. I think all of you, if you would look back, and I think the finance team is here, and most of you was here when we went through what I say the depression, downturn of the economy, how we lost services, how we allowed ourselves not to be a vibrant community in terms of not being able to deliver services to the public, in which that's your obligation, to be able to provide services to the community. That's your obligation. But when I think back to the downturn of the economy, the lack of service that we were able to, in turn, produce was not on a disheartening to me, but you saw it and you felt it throughout the community. I have presented in many occasions PowerPoints showing who we are, where we're going, and those PowerPoints to me did not gain any substance. So today I'm not going to go through any PowerPoints. I'm just going to get to the brass tacks of why we are here. And if you have questions, again, I'd be elated to answer those questions, but it's somewhat disheartening when you put together PowerPoints and you lay this out and in a manner that is understandable to everyone, again, and we get the same results. So I'm coming to you today, as I've said many times before, yes, we're proud to be in the top 5 in Georgia. Yes, we're proud to be among the top 40 plus in the nation. But I in turn turn to all of you and ask you, are you proud of the organization? Are you proud of the organization? So I say that in terms of when I travel and to various places throughout the state, throughout the country, and others speak about the Office of Sheriff, and others say, well, you know, if my organization was number 4 in Georgia, if my organization was in the top 40s in the nation, that's something that I would be proud of. Just to, on that note there, we just completed our, we just got our recertification back for our ACA. The one, I think Chairman Baines traveled to Louisiana when we acquired that, and again, we yet and still hold the record as being one of the few who maintain a straight 100 throughout the process. So I'm not going any further with my talk and discussion this morning. You have the budget at the end of the day, regardless of what I ask for, I receive what I'm given. So that's my position. Again, I'm not as optimistic as I should be, and that's where I stand.
You don't go run out by any other lines?
Pardon me?
You don't go by any other lines or anything?
We have where's, Sherry, was you able to, Brittany, we resubmitted some numbers to you.
Yeah, those have not been sent up because, like I said, Friday, and I was putting something together Friday, so I'll do it on that.
Okay. And I guess one of the things with that said, I don't know whether it's a fault, and I don't want to say fault, blame, or whatever, but whomever, if it's us or if it's you all, I think in times sensitive such as this, it should stay open until all of the numbers are presented. Right. Okay. Okay. All right. So I'll take care of it on my end. But
So you want to open it up for questions? I guess,
questions,
that's what
if
you're
there's
saying. Okay.
questions
Right.
pertaining to the budget, I'm here to answer those questions. Again, you have it before you. Those are the needs, or those are the shortcomings that we're going to deal with.
Commissioner Henderson.
Thank you. I have a question, but I don't know is it pertaining to this, what we have here. And it kind of just went from the last time we talked a little bit about it. And it was about the cars. And I think, if my memory serves me right, and help me out if anybody choose to or like to, you and Lord was supposed to get together and figure out how to get those, I guess, the that we had the money for, and there was about a $200,000 additional money that was coming in a certain length of time. And I think it was a request by me and see if you could get that $200,000 from the fund balance as it came back in and put it in. And I never heard anything else about it, so I'm just trying to find the status of that.
Major Banks met with Brittany, is that right? Right, spoken with Brittany in that matter, and I'll be brief in terms of the cars, but to say this about the cars, this is time sensitive. If we don't go ahead and do something with the ordering of the cars, we're in the model change, and that's one of the things that we've expressed. We're in the model change, and by being in the model change, all of you know that model change stopped. Therefore, what cars are out there now, those are the cars that's going to be available after, I think it's June, when they do the model change. Then it will be next year before we could even get cars. And I think the earliest that we did have an office that ordered some cars, they opted out not to purchase the cars. And I believe, Brittany, you may have heard it was 25 vehicles that were sitting on a lot somewhere to purchase. I don't know where we are with that. But that's where we are right now. And if we order the cars now, to be November, it'll be November by the time we get the cars, unless we opt in to buy those what's standing on the lot now.
Lord, you want to make a comment?
Well, what we have immediately available, it's been available, is the $300,000 that was available in the sheriff's budget. There was $134,000 that was available to purchase vehicles in the capital improvement fund. And then there was $70,000 that was available in the jail's budget. So the sheriff's office could order as many vehicles as he could get with those. And there was a question about additional money, which, if you'll recall, I said that we could, once we collected the SPOS, there was another $200,000 that was available. And that was based, and so I don't know what the total, I think it was probably 15 or 18 cars. I think by the time you buy the vehicle and you buy the equipment to everything to equip the vehicle, I think they wound up being about 40,000 as opposed to 28,000. But that money is there and has been there. So whenever the sheriff's office would like to purchase those, And what they've got to do is to, fill out a purchase order and send it over, and, find the vehicles and they can move ahead. I mean, finance is not stopping. Finance is not stopping the process at all.
Let me address that. Now, I know I'm in my senior days, but the last time I was here before the board, now, if my memory served me well, it was enough to get 6 cars. Is that right? 8 cars or something. Okay. Now, I think there's a disconnect somewhere. And what I would like to see, let's drop all the line items. Let's drop all of that and just give me a number of what we have, because each time we contact finance or major get back to me, it's a different number. So I think what we need to do, when I left here with the impression there was $210,000 somewhere. That's what I was told when I was here the last time. So what we need to do, we need a bona fide figure put on a piece of paper to say this is what you have, and not say you got a line item here, a line item there. Now, what you're doing, I think you are looking at perhaps money that we may have in our budget. Carve that out and show me exactly what you're saying that we have, because the last time I was here, it was $210,000. 205. Okay, so all I'm saying here, let's just put the numbers on the table and just say what we have so we can go ahead and move forward. That's what I asked to do.
Numbers are the same ones that I just gave you, but we can put it in an email if you'd like. But those numbers, the 300 and the 70, were line items in your budget. Now, the 70 in the jail budget,
Lord,
those funds were moved to some other.
Hold on for a second. So you're saying that those funds was in the budget from day one?
Yes, the beginning of FY21, they were in the budget. They were
Okay.
in. There's a line item in there for vehicles, and that money was there. Now, if there may have been a vehicle or two purchased out of there between the beginning and now, I don't know, but that was what was budgeted. And the discussion that we had too, if you'll recall, was that we would fund the vehicles at the same level that we funded for FY21. So in what we've done on the vehicles, instead of spreading them around, we have put that same dollar amount into the capital improvement fund. So there will be money available to purchase vehicles
In this budget?
in this budget.
In
Yes,
this
sir.
budget.
I have a question. I remember when I brought that up to you, you were saying that some of those funds were not available because sheriff used that for overtime or to give their, not overtime, to give their, his employees additional $200. You put that in the email to all of us, so all those funds are not available.
My understanding was that the 70,000 that was put in there for jail vehicles was used for that purpose.
Yeah, that's what
Instead
you
of
told us in the email.
buying cars, they used it for something else, but it was
They
budgeted
used
for
it to help the
vehicles.
employees during COVID.
So, so
That's what
I
you
don't
put in
know.
the
My
email.
understanding was it was for overtime, but if
But just want to clarify, that's what you
The
put
pain-
in the
oh, I'm
email
sorry.
to all of us. That's what you told us in the email.
I'm
that-
sorry.
That's what you told us in the email to all of us, that for those funds were utilized. He paid his employees additional, we the county gave 300, but he paid the employees additional 200 during COVID. You emailed that to all of us, all the commissioners, and you said those funds were not available. So if those funds are not available, then he does not have those funds for those cars.
26,000 was moved from the jail vehicle line to fund the additional pandemic incentive that was given
Right.
for jail employees. So you're correct in what you're
Right. So
saying.
he does not have all that money. That's what I'm saying. We need to clarify that.
But
Because-
they were there in the budget, and there was a decision that was made to take the money that was set aside for and budgeted for vehicles and use it on something else. So I
I get that,
understand.
Lloyd. I get that, Lloyd, but we didn't plan for COVID.
Pardon me?
So I get that, but we didn't plan for COVID. So
Well, this
COVID
was
happened, so I guess he utilized that to take care of his employees.
Right,
Well,
but I
our
think-
employees, because they're Newton County.
Right, but I wanted to make it absolutely clear that there was money and still is money in the budget from day one of FY '21, and there was money in the sheriff's budget and to purchase vehicles, and we did not take that money away. Now, if a decision was made to use that money for something else, then naturally you wouldn't have the money to buy the vehicles. Now, the question is,
I get that. What I'm
and-
saying, I get what you're stating, is
Uh-huh.
what I'm saying is, we all didn't expect for COVID to happen. So when you have an emergency, you got to do something to take care of the people when you have an emergency. So what I'm stating is, those funds, yes, when the budget was done last year or whenever, those funds were allocated for the vehicle, but we didn't plan for COVID-19. So in order to take care of his employees that are working overtime to protect us as the citizens, he utilized that to take care of his deputies, so those funds are not there. So I understand that choice.
true, and I understand that. However, the Board of Commissioners did vote to give everyone in the county $300. And the sheriff decided to give his people a little bit more because he has the ability to move money around
Being
more
courteous,
so
taking
than,
care of our employees. That's what we're
well,
supposed to do.
but also you gotta have money budgeted regardless of what you do. There was no requirement to do that. There was no, we weren't compelled to do that. You know, we didn't necessarily have to give that incentive. We did because we felt like it was worth it. But my point is, I don't think you can, I think if you argue you don't have any money for cars and you use it for something else, I mean, I think that's that argument, in my mind, you know, that's not
He used it
the
for
county's
people.
fault.
He used it for people.
But the
Let's
county,
put that out there, not use it for something else. It was utilized to take care of people, human beings.
and every one of our BOC employees, I know we would like to have been able to afford to give them that extra $200, but we were not able to because we didn't have it budgeted. And we don't have the ability to just take money and send it out there. So I hear what you're saying, but there was money available, and there is money available. Going back to the original point, there is money available to purchase vehicles right now.
Okay, let me say this before you go any further. I made that decision, and I'll make it again. And the reason why I made that decision, I called you, made it known to each and every last one of you that we should do something for our employees during COVID. When most of you was at home, when most of the citizens was at home, each and every last one of these first line folks, not only did I say that for my officers, I said it for the fire service and all. We need to do something for them. And as a leader, it was my position. I made that decision. I stand on that decision today. And I know, and I told Mr. Kerr about the CARES. I mentioned about there was funding out there. I know there's funding out there, or it will be funding out there to replenish what was taken. That the government is going to pay you. All of us know that. So if we chose to take that money away from there, I'm sure there's money coming down the pipe from the government to replenish that. So let's look at it from that angle. Yes, when I get a call from other sheriffs who their officers are getting $1,500 during those times, during these times here, and we can only think enough of our officers to give them $200 or $300, that's a slap in the face. At least I had the courage to say, hey, we're gonna give you just a little bit more. And I still think there's something that the board can do for our employees. Just the sheriff just called me a couple of days ago and asked me about money that was coming down from the federal government, where he know for a fact that his office was paid. So what I want to see, and we're not going to get into debate, an argument or whatever, if the money is there, just put it on a piece of paper, because each and every time I come here, the numbers seem to either increase or decrease. And that's all I want. Case closed.
We got Commissioner, Edwards, and then Commissioner Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Lloyd, if looking at the numbers you gave earlier, minus the 70,000, it looks to me like we've got 634,000 available, counting the SPOS.
Right, the future SPOS, but we have not made those collections yet, so we would have roughly 400.
Okay, so, but if we banked on the SPOS and we took it now and knowing we pay it back, I'm looking at about 15 and a half cars right now. Call it 16 cars. Is that your math turn out that way too? 41. I got 41,000 per vehicle. Where'd I get that? Is that wrong? Sheriff, is that
You're
right?
close, yes.
So right now, I'll come up with 15, little over 15 vehicles. Yep. I took the 300,000 plus the 134,000, correct? And the 200 for SPOS. Did I add that right?
But I think there was some that was already deducted from the 300,000. So actually, we only had 135 plus 70, which came to 205. Correct.
205.
Give me
and
one
then
second to pull up the number.
205 plus the 200 is SPOS. I just want to give the sheriff a number today. I'd like to give him a number. So that's 405 divided by 41. About 9 cars today.
And Commissioner Edwards, give me that number so I can write it down.
I have sent multiple emails to you, Brandy, as well as Captain Banks with these numbers, so I'll be happy to forward that to you again.
Okay.
And the total you're going to use, Brittany, is 405. That K, right?
Okay, so here is, as of the meeting, this is what the numbers were. If there's been any changes with purchase orders in the past week, I haven't been in the office, so this is prior to anything that's happened in the last week. There is $45,665 available in his sheriff general fund budget because they have purchased some cars earlier this year. There was $70,000 in the detention budget. They moved $26,000 out. I currently have a budget transfer sitting on my desk where they have moved another $41,000 out of that line, which would leave just a couple $1,000s. I have not got confirmation whether or not y'all want me to proceed with that. So that number's up in the air. If I need to proceed with that budget amendment, I will. If you want to revise it and leave the $41,000 in the vehicle line, I just need confirmation from y'all on what you want me to do with that.
I'm sure if we moved it out, Brittany, it's moved for a need. We've fallen short in some other areas. And this is what I've said many times before. I present you all with an accurate budget. And when I present you with an accurate budget, we know how much we spend in each line item. We use those numbers to develop our budget. And once we use those numbers to develop our budget, that is basically what we're banking on because those are our actuals. Well, when we get the revised budget, then we have to go back and reduce those numbers. Then it calls us to do what? Move money around. But as I said, if we transfer that out, it's got to be for a good reason.
Okay, so I will do that budget transfer once these budget workshops are done. So once,
So Brittany,
once
quick, it's coming out of which line is it coming out of?
the vehicle line and the detention budget.
So what's that number gonna drop down
So
to?
that will leave like $2,000 in that budget. So therefore, you can't really purchase a vehicle with the $2,000. And then there's also $134,000 in the capital improvement fund that has been there since last June. And there's been multiple emails sent letting y'all know throughout the past year that that money was there. So that money is available to be used as well. That is current money that he could go and purchase cars with today. Then, as Lloyd said, we'll have $200,000 in the SPLOS, but we've just got to get some more collections built up. and we should be able to probably have those collections built up in the next few months.
So can you give a total? Can you give a total? Because I think that's what,
I got 336 countless lost.
Right, I'm not counting the slot because it hasn't been collected. I just wanna know what we walk away with.
Currently today, 182,525. 525.
Well, I guess, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the question becomes on the 200,000 in SPOS money, will that be collected in time for the sheriff to get this model year vehicle? Or can we move that so we can at least give him more than 5 vehicles right now?
I would expect to be collected enough to have the $200,000 there in the next couple months. So since we know that money is coming in, we could go ahead and do purchase orders. So I would suggest we could go ahead and have the purchase orders set up so that way when the funds are there, we can go ahead and just process the
so so what you're saying is he can utilize those funds today?
I think we can go ahead and start working on getting the quotes and the purchase orders in place because that usually takes a few weeks to process all that. And then we'll be ready to go within the next couple months to purchase the vehicles.
Okay.
Let me say one thing, Mr. Chair. In most cases, if we do those purchase orders now, if we do those now, you don't have to pay for the vehicles until they hit the ground. Okay. So if we do it now, the vehicles are not going to hit the ground unless we go and purchase those part of that 25 somewhere. But the vehicles are not going to hit the ground if we order them now, perhaps September, October. And that's when you got to pay it. And that's the point that I was trying to make. I think Commissioner Henderson and Kyle was trying to make the last time I was here before you, is let's just go ahead and do it now, because if we wait to October, we're not going to have anything to purchase come December.
Okay. Commissioner Mason.
Thank you, Mr.
Commissioner Mason.
Thank you, Mr. So that, Brittany, with those numbers you just gave, that gives us a total of 382,525. So that's the 182,525 plus the 200,000. So that'll give us 382,525. So when you take 382,525, divide that by 41,000, that's going to give you 9.32. So 9 cars basically is what that's going to give us today. 9 cars.
Yes.
9 cars today. That's with the 382,525. So that's the 182,525 that's currently left in the vehicle budget, plus the $200,000 of SPOS, which we're going to be collecting that. So when you add those two together, that's 382,525. You divide the 382,525 by 41,000. That gives you 9 cars. 9. Yeah, 9 total. Because they're 41, I'm assuming there's still 41,000. I thought I heard 45,000 before, 44, 45,000 in the retreat, but is it 41?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you use 41,000 and divide that by the 382,525, that gives you 9 cars. Okay. All right. So that's 9 right now. Today.
Yes, correct.
And then, of course, that's not including what we're going to incorporate in the 2022 budget as well.
Exactly. We're planning to put money in the budget for vehicles, but that budget has not been approved, so therefore we can't make purchase orders. We can't encumber funds.
Right. But that'll be in July. We'll be able to.
We're scheduled to pass the budget in June if we stay on track, but you won't be able to utilize next year money until July 1st.
Okay, that's what I thought, July 1st. So then at that point, depending on how many more, because I think, we're budgeting, was it 6 per year? I think
25.
25 per, no, I mean, I think you had mentioned in the last meeting, you were saying we were budgeting 6 per year in the budget, And you were saying that wasn't enough, 6 per year.
Yeah, I think I made the statement, it'll take 30 years
Right.
to replace the vehicles at 6 per year, and I think Commissioner Edwards stepped out on, was it 25, Commissioner?
Well, I think you did say 25.
Yeah.
Because we
It
were at
was pretty well mutual
40, I think we're at 40. You said we're over 300 or 400,000, and then you just said 25. So if we have the 9 now, depending on how many we have, if we're able to get 6, that's what, 15? If we're able to get more than 6,
We're, like I said yesterday, we've had a lot of capital requests, and so we've got a prioritized list of capital requests for this budget, and vehicles for the sheriff is on that list. So we're looking to try to do what we can once we get more preliminary numbers from the tax assessor's office.
and then Sheriff, I think you mentioned the CARES Act money. Have you received any of that CARES Act money from 2020?
No.
To help?
Yes.
You have,
Y'all did a budget amendment earlier this year to put, I don't know the number off the top of my head, but I can pull that for you. But there was money put in his budget for the 21 for the CARES Act money.
so that was in addition to
It basically
what we
repaid back the salary and overtime that we submitted to the CARES Act.
Okay. So the CARES Act money that we put into his budget was for overtime for last year because of COVID.
Give me just a second because I probably
Okay.
have a copy of it.
But those was funds that was due to be paid by CARES Act because of overtime. Not just the Office of Sheriff received it, every agency throughout the nation received that money.
Right.
So it's not like that we got something everybody else didn't get.
Right. I just wanted to make sure you got your portion of that CARES Act money. I didn't know.
Well, it was money that was there to supplement
Right.
the county's budget. That's what it was for.
Right.
And they're still funding. But this is the reason why I say we need to get down to the nuts and brass, the nuts and bolts of everything, because numbers change. Numbers change. Conversation change. And here today, one time it was 600,000. Now we're walking away and it's 282,000. So that's what I need.
Right.
Emails and chatter is something that changes. So if I have a firm number, I know today to have major banks to get with you and go ahead and order the vehicles, and enough said. Now, when we start to talk about the money for July or whatever the case may be, what we can do is see if a vendor would hold X number of vehicles. If we knew that we were going to get how much that we would get for capital improvement in terms of cars, maybe we can talk to a vendor and say, can you hold these number of cars for us to ensure that we can get those vehicles this July, August sometime or another, because like I say, they are going, and it's going to be next year before you can get the vehicles.
You gonna get?
I'm good.
You done?
Hopefully that helped clarify. Sheriff, did that help clarify for you that number, that 382,525?
It most definitely did, because like I said, it's been fluctuating. Every time I come up here, I get one number, and
Okay. So 382,525 is your number, and then that will get you 9 cars right now.
okay.
Go ahead,
Yes.
Brittany. Go ahead, Brittany, and then we're gonna go to Commissioner Henderson. You had something? Did you have something? Oh, okay. Commissioner Henderson.
Thank you. So, those 9 cars that you, I guess supposedly supposed to be able to get, I guess right now, or close to now, would it be fully equipped? You guys should have, someone might have lights.
Well, no, they will not be fully
Okay.
equipped. And that's one of the things, I've expressed to you all over some time. What I've expressed to you, when I come before you, I'm telling you facts, I'm telling you what I know. The model changes. Commissioner Cowan, he's been in it long enough to know that certain equipment, well, we can't take the equipment from a Tahoe and put it in a Charger, Charger and put it in a Tahoe. We can't take the equipment that we had on a Crown Vic and put it in a Charger. We can't take so these are things here you have to always consider. So when we're waiting for these things here, what happens, the model changes, then we cannot convert or use the equipment from one series of vehicles to the next. Again, like I said, we waited from 2011 until now. No, we can't. The biggest thing that we can use from the 2011 will be perhaps the radio itself. That's all we can use. We may be able to use some of the lighting system, maybe, but when you wait, how many years is that? 11, 12, 14 years before you buy cars? It's just like trying to take a tile for a Pinto, putting it on a Cadillac.
So I guess the question that becomes, excuse me, the question that becomes is how many of those 9 cars how many would it cost to have those fully equipped? So you said 41,000, I think, per car.
It's ready.
No,
That's ready.
no, that's not. Now, which one are you banking on? Which car are you banking on?
I think you had told us in the last meeting, it was 26.5 was for the Charger.
Uh-huh.
So the fully equipped was 41,000.
That's correct.
So that would be fully.
Right, and I'm glad you pointed that out. If we can get the Charger, right, that's what we'll get. And now, where it will change, if there's no more Chargers out there to get, then the only thing left is the Tahoe. Then what we would have to do is either reduce the number of vehicles, take the, or board will in turn say, well, we missed out on that. We'll supplement the equipment for the Tahoes. That's
Right.
where we are.
Right. In my last, I guess, question or comment, and something that I personally have struggled with is why is it that if we sit up here behind this horseshoe and we make a decision to buy some cars or whatever, and it comes back over and over and over, and I don't think that's right. I think if you make a decision, then it should happen. And so that's one of the things I'm struggling with, and not only for the office of sheriff, or for the fire department and others, if there's a decision made by this board, then it should be acted upon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So I want to make sure we got a good understanding, the board has a good understanding. So the funds that the sheriff has in his budget, he can utilize today if he chooses so. If he chooses to use them tomorrow, he can use them tomorrow. It's up to your discretion when you want to use those funds. Yeah. Yeah. So,
Okay.
Yeah. Anyone else? Let me get, yeah.
Just a note here. Let's get this put in writing so we don't have to have this conversation again. From Brittany.
Well, I'm pulling
I
up an
don't want
email
no
now.
emails. I don't want no
So,
emails. Put it on
what do you-
letterhead or something and give it to the
A
sheriff.
letterhead? Okay,
Yes.
can do.
Brittany, Commissioner Mason is asked, did you get the CARES Act number?
Yes. So for his 2021 budget, on the December 1st meeting, I brought a budget transfer to the board, and that moved $727,988 in his budget. And that went into the regular employee line item. It went into the retirement line item. It went into the FICA line item, life insurance, health insurance, and overtime. So it went into his personnel budget.
Hold on, let me get Commissioner Stanley, she was first.
I just wanted to go over the budget part. I mean, if your question pertaining to what Sheriff wants to talk about now, go ahead. And I just want to go over the number. Okay, good.
Okay.
So I can go after.
Okay.
She had brought up how much money was that the sheriff received. And so the question I want to ask, how much CARES Act money did we get? And if it was over the amount of money that the sheriff received, what do we do to, I mean, maybe you need to do it on another subject. What do we do the rest of it? So I guess the next question is, how much money did we get from the CARES Act the county received?
The county got about 4.8 from the CARES Act. The thing that about the CARES Act is it was spaced out between 2 fiscal years. So the state required us to post all the CARES Act money in 2021, even though it's spaced out between 2 fiscal years. So we were able to move 1.4 of that into our 2021 budget, and that's spaced out between your public safety. So it's spaced out between fire, EMA, and the sheriff's department. The remaining of it would have rolled into fund balance from last year, the 20 budget.
Well, and just to make the comment, we move on. Only comment I made that it was some of the citizens, or most of the citizens I spoke with, they thought some of that money was going to help them maybe with their delinquent mortgage bill, help them save something. And I think we spent a portion of it, and we gave nothing back to the community. And I thought part of that was supposed to go out and help the community.
The state put an extremely tight deadline on us. We had a month to basically process everything. And so ACCG's recommendation to all of the counties at that point was to just claim your personnel, because that was really the only thing you could do within that month. So
Yes,
this was...
ma'am. One last thing, I'm sorry, Ms. Commissioner Sanders. In how did the Cobb County, Fulton County, and all those counties was dishing out, giving money to their citizens, and yet we did nothing? And
They
yet-
got any city or county with a population over 500,000 received direct disbursement from the federal government. We did not receive a direct disbursement from the federal government. Ours had to flow through the state. So DeKalb and Fulton, they were able to do that because they had a longer time period, because I think everything had to be reported to the state by the end of December of 2020, but we were not given the same privilege as them since we had to go through the state.
My question,
Commissioner Sanders.
Yeah. I noticed, just going back to the budget for the 2022, he gave a proposal of $1,559,000. But the finance committee put 0. Is that when you're gonna come back and put
Going
something?
back to yesterday, how we talked about all capital was pulled from all departments' budget.
Okay.
And then we've got that capital list. And our plan is once we have more concrete numbers from the tax digest, we're going to prioritize that list.
Gotcha.
And his vehicles are on the priority list.
Anyone else? Commissioner Mason.
I was going to say, I did go through each one, and I was looking at, from what I can see, it looks like, Sheriff, from 2021 to 2022, what the Finance Committee is recommending, or their recommendation, it looks like there's all been an increase. For example, the Sheriff's Office, 2021 was $14,117,225. The finance is recommending $15,304,196.84, which is $1,186,971.80 increase in that area. Also, I guess for the West Side Precinct, there was energy and electricity. The revised budget for 2021 was $146,782. For 2022, the finance is recommending $154,736. So that's an increase of $7,954 in that area. Also, the East Side Precinct, There was a revised budget in 2021 of 20,675. This year for 2022, the finance department is recommending 23,918, which is an increase of $3,243. In jail operations, 2021, it was the revised budget was $12,916,369,000. In 2022, the recommendation was $12,511,229.36. So that's a decrease of $881,511.36.
That is a decrease, but that
Correct.
some of that also has those numbers I got on Friday that
Okay.
are not in this book because I was trying to work on getting y'all these books over
So
before
that
the
may
weekend. That
not
could
be a
change.
decrease? Okay,
Yeah.
so that
And
could
remember, the finance numbers also don't include any capital that we do
Correct.
still plan on.
Correct.
Doing.
And then for the vehicles, it looks like for 2021, the revised budget was $1,315,500,000. $315,500. And for 2022, their recommendation is $1,350,409, which is an increase of $34,909. So it looks like in every area, we are giving you an increase. So hopefully that helps some as well in all of those areas that we have for the line items for the budget.
It
So
would
from
help.
2021 to 2022, it looks like we'll give you an increase. So
Right.
hopefully that'll help.
Let me just, on a side note, when you mentioned the West Side Precinct,
Yes, sir.
on a side note, and if you aware that it's a full operation, full service out there, so it's just not money that's being given to the Office of Sheriff for the West Side Precincts. It's for the tax office, it's for the tax assessor's office and everybody, but it just falls under the Office of Sheriff. That's one of the things we have to be clear on. You know, I'll get beat up when they say, well, you put in this much money in West Side Precinct, but it's not just the Office of Sheriff. It's for the Tax Commissioner's office. It's also for the Tax Assessor's office. We absorb all the responsibility there. So that's one of the things. I would certainly hope that you will look at the numbers on the jail operation. I would certainly hope that you would look at the numbers because it's going to increase considerably because of the addition that we've added. And when we start operating that into its 100% capacity, then we're going to look at utilities and everything going up there. There's only one thing left for me to say, and I say this because I don't want it to be misunderstood, is that it was kind of loosely to me when it was said that that the money was there, but I chose to do other things with the money. If you recall, Commissioner Edwards, when we had the one of the, I think it was our first initial call during COVID as far as how we would move forward. You remember that conversation. I am the one that brought out the funding, if you recall, that they will pay this money to the county and organizations and urge that we solicit those funds. So with that said, even the money that was taken away from that line item for vehicles should have been replenished by the money from the CARES. So it's a number of ways that we can look at that. So I don't want you to sit here, and I don't want the public to sit back and look at me and say, well, I took the money and did other things. There are a number of things that I can say about that because we have been the testing site for the county. But have we gotten anything? So let's just move forward in a positive way, and let's not be pointing fingers, and let's just be more diligent in those things that we're doing for our community, and not let's play this blame game. And that's the reason why I thank you so much we're putting the numbers on the table today. Major's gonna go back and we'll deal with this. And with that said, with the $200,000 that we expect to come, I'll see if I can negotiate something with a vendor to say, hold me X number of cars until August of this year, and then we can move forward. That's the way we move forward. We can't move forward by going tick for tack and see who's gonna out-talk one another. That's where we are.
Thank you, sir. Any more? Any more? Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Break time?
Next up is the Clerk of Courts, and that budget can be found on page 222. Oh, I'm sorry, 220.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I wanted to mention to Commissioner Sanders, I hope you haven't spent your money yet that we gave you. She was one of our jurors this week, so she made history. We've not had jury trials in a year, but I'm so sorry you didn't get picked.
Wow.
I know that was a disappointment to you, and I apologize for that, but we'll get you next time. You were there for me, and with everybody with masks on, I don't know anybody with a mask anymore, so, yeah. Well,
Good morning. Thank you for
good
being
morning.
here.
Good morning. How should I proceed? I did not hear the sheriff start, but okay. I don't believe that there was any increases that I had asked for. There was some line items that some money had been taken from. I know that Commissioner Cowan spends a lot of time in my office because he does title searches and enjoys every minute of that. However, I would like to invite anyone that would like to come over and see what we do. You know, when you hear the word clerk, it sounds like, well, you don't do very much. And I think the legislators think we don't because they keep putting things in our office to be responsible for. And actually, our duties all come from the Georgia Code, from uniform rules, from local rules, and that's what we have to go by. You know, we might have a great idea, however, if the law hasn't been passed, then we can't implement that. E-filing was just implemented a few years ago, and I know people have been doing e-filing forever. And when we had the pandemic, that really, really helped because it forced people to use e-filing that didn't want to use the e-filing. We have our civil e-filing and UCCs are mandatory, but everything else, there's a choice if you want to do e-filing. The projects that we have been working on, and that's one thing, one line item that was taken out, I believe. I think I talked with you about that. That was my contract labor.
Yeah, you had sent the email yesterday. We had removed on the budget book. We had from the finance level, we had removed the 7,500 for the contract labor, so that's what she's talking about. So when you see 7,500 on the department level and 0 on the finance, that's what and she had sent an email asking for that to be put back yesterday.
I wanted to ask that that be put back in, because that, last year, we were not able to work a whole lot like we would have liked to on our project. And if we had not, the project that we've been working on is to get as much as we can on the website. If we had not had as much, we go back over 30 years. And some attorneys go back 30-something years, but some go back 50 because of the title insurance, I believe, requires 50 years search. So we have civil, criminal, and real estate. The clerk's authority goes back, gosh, I believe they probably go back about since 1993. We have things on there from the 80s. We have plats, we have real estate, we have UCCs. And we have a website too. And I wanted to give y'all a copy of all the websites that we have. We did our own website that have our civil, criminal, and real estate. And this kind of tells you where we are with that. But this has been a project that we have worked on. We're going back to do the history and getting as much as we can, civil, criminal, and real estate, on that website. This is like keeping our office open 24/7, 365. Also, we do have forms. We do have forms on there if pro se litigants want to file their own cases. They're able to pull up the form. We do not get a regular price, which but that's against the law for us to do that. But here are the websites, and that kind of tells you where we are as far as getting the records on the website. And that's something that's really important to us and that we're real passionate about, is to go back and get as much as we can. We're working to go back to 1970 at least, and that will give us at least the 50 years, but we want to go back farther than that so that we would have as many records on the website as possible. A lot of the smaller counties have all of their records, civil, criminal. I don't know if you've been to any of those counties that do have that, but some do. Well, we'd like for you to come over there too. I still have my real estate books. We still print the books. A lot of people don't. Some people think that may be old-fashioned, but once that deed's gone, it's gone. And I have had the authority call, or I have had Commissioner Cowan say, you know, pages 34 and 35 have been missed. Well, if I didn't have the book there, you know, when you're scanning, sometimes several pages can go through at one time, and you can miss something. And that makes me real nervous to think that something's been missed. So I still have the books, and I'm gonna have them if we have to stack them on the ceiling, as long as I'm there.
Yeah.
The next person may think that's odd and they want to get rid of them, but I think it's real important to have the books, so we still have them. And I wanted you especially to draw your attention to the clerk's authority and to tell you how much money they save the taxpayers every year. The clerk's authority was created in 1993, I believe, but you will see on there how you can go on the website. And please look at that, because that gives you so much information. They furnish at least 40 computers for us, and they replace those every 4 years. And if something happens with one of the computers, all we have to do is put it in a box, send it back to them, they send us a new one. And now they furnish Adobe and Word. And I would say those computers probably run around $750. Greg's always telling me that they are cheap computers, but if the county had to buy them, that would be a lot of money. At least 25 desktop copiers, 25 scanners. They furnish equipment for us. When we were doing they were doing the renovation, the authority furnished practically everything in my office as far as shelving and furniture, which we didn't get a lot of furniture, but what we got, they furnished for us. That's probably a savings of over $60,000 a year. And they are helping us with our historical project to try to help us along as much as we can. And we do call Brittany and tell her that the authority is going to pay for so much, but the county, we depend on the county to pay too. So, Brittany, I don't know how much of a savings that is. I didn't add that up, but they probably pay for about half of what we're doing now going forward, I would say. I would think so. And it's pretty expensive to pay our vendors. In our office, we commission notaries. Of course, as I said, we do real estate. We have civil, criminal. It's real important that all the records be kept correctly because I can be sued for anything and everything over there, plus the county can be sued. Chairman Baines kind of looked up when I said that, and that's true. They can be. If we don't keep the criminal records as they should be, I could be sued, the sheriff could be sued, county could be sued, or someone stayed in jail longer than they should. And we try to get people out of the jail as quickly as possible, as soon as they're sentenced. Of course, court has been very limited. We've not been closed any since the pandemic. But when someone is sentenced and they can be sent off to prison, as soon as we can get the information from the sheriff's department, we send that immediately so that they can take the prisoner, and that's not costing the county money. We also handle the Board of Equalization. And last year, we probably heard about 500 appeals. The year before, it was over 600. And I don't have any idea how many we may have this year. It could be more than that. But we have 3 members and 3 alternates. We summoned jurors, and as I said, this was our first week of jury trials in a year. We have criminal jury trials next week and then criminal the next week. But I think it went well this week. Did you feel safe and everything? Well, you know, the Chief Justice sends out all these rules, and we have to follow all those and try to keep everybody safe. And so I think we were able to do that. And that was a little extra expense because we had to buy everybody a tray and have everybody's tray. Well, you know that because you're on the committee. So that was a little extra. But, you know, I'm glad you had that experience because you could tell us if you thought there was something, and you know, maybe later you might want to tell me if you think there was something we need to improve on. Well, I'm glad. Well, usually we have coffee and water and things like that, but you know, the pandemic has stopped all that. We do have special courts. We have drug court, accountability court, mental health, veterans court. We keep all the records for that. We collect money for those courts too. I don't think that there was anything else that, there might have been one more thing, Brittany, that there was money taken out of. Was that, and I believe you said you'd put that in a contingency. for us. Was that on our copiers? Maybe. Was that the copier?
522250. So that's maintenance agreements.
Yeah, the maintenance agreement, and that's pretty high. And we never know, MicroPack has been bought by Tyler, and you know, you have a Tyler system, that's pretty expensive. So we never know if they're gonna go up on us, and we have to kind of plan for that. So we added a little extra for that. But other than that, I don't think there was anything else in there that was unusual, or it was about the same as we have every year. And I didn't ask for anything extra in there. But I did want you to know how much the authority contributes. And please, if you have time, look on that website, because they do contribute so much to us, and that's a real big savings for the taxpayers. And if I could get my contract labor back, I really would appreciate that. Does anybody have any questions of? You do? You just want me to sit down, don't you? Lloyd does. Lloyd hasn't had a chance to meet with me.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Miss Linda, for that. I did have, you kind of answered one of my questions. I wanted to know if you can explain what all the maintenance agreements entail, because it looks like for 2021, it was 138,200, and you're asking for 161 for 2022, so that's an increase. So what the maintenance agreements, what that entails, and then the rental and equipment and vehicles.
Oh, I
what
don't
that
know why
entails.
that's on there. I don't have a vehicle.
Well,
Okay.
rental of equipment and vehicles. So a lot of times, it's just the way the state classifies that line. But a lot of times, like our rental for copiers is in that line.
We have a good many copiers, and
Okay.
we have to have copiers down in the jury room. We have to have one. Oh, I know another thing that we do is the alternative dispute resolutions.
Mhm.
I'm in charge of that. So we have to, I think y'all have provided a room for us, and we have to have supplies for them. We have 4 copiers in the office. So that's for that. We have, for our postage.
So the copiers is in the rental of equipment line item versus the maintenance agreements, because I thought earlier the maintenance agreement was for the copiers. Is that correct?
Yes. So the rental of the copiers is in what you just said, the rental
Okay.
of equipment, and then maintenance
To maintain.
agreement is made up of. I've got it pulled up if you want me to tell them what's in your maintenance. Okay. Georgia time recorder, Green Court / Peach Court, Micropact, the Toshiba usage fees. So with our copiers, we pay rental on them out of rental of equipment, and then we pay per copy, and so that's in maintenance agreements.
Okay.
And then you had the possible increase in support of the 10,000, which we moved to contingency.
Okay. And then the line item for travel, meals, hotel, and mileage. I know everybody, they like basically was zero last year. They didn't do any. So I didn't know if you all still did any traveling and you still did all of that last year for 2020. Because it looks like it was still the same for 2021. It was still 5,500. And now you're asking for 6,000 this year.
I have extra meetings this year.
Okay.
I'm on probably every board you can think of.
Okay.
And we did have a couple meetings last year, but we're
Okay.
having all our meetings this year.
Okay. And then I think the last one I had, other contracted services. I don't know what that line item was for, was 5,400, and you're asking for 9,600 now.
That's to have someone come in and help us with the scanning
Okay.
and with we're trying to do every possible thing we can do to get this project we've got so many documents that need to be scanned and indexed.
Mhm.
Like, last year, I think we had close to 50,000 documents come in
Mhm.
on civil and criminal. That's not counting even real estate. The year before, I think it was close to 65,000 on each, plus real estate. So we're trying to, even if I have to call somebody to come in and help us scan, and then we have our vendors to index because they have index standards.
Mhm.
And then the authority keeps our records in quarantine until they can be checked and then put online. So it's quite a project that we have undertaken, but it's an important project. And it's very important. I'm sure Commissioner Cowan will tell you, especially to the title examiners and to the attorneys. And when we had to be closed, then so many were able to get online and to do a lot of their work. And it was really strange because we had so much real estate. I mean, during that pandemic, people were buying and refinancing. We had a lot of refis, but it was unreal, the real estate that came in. So we're trying to get as much of that as we can get.
And I saw that in your desired results. I was happy to see that where you said the clerk's office will be working on providing additional online data and images of both real estate and plat records.
Yes.
So I think that's excellent that that's your desire. You want to really move into that area because, like you said, a lot of people now are wanting that information online so that it's easily accessible.
Oh, yes. It's like having our office open 24/7. And with the e-filing, they can e-file anything they want to.
Right.
We have two things that are mandatory, UCCs and civil filings. And we tried to get other things mandatory, but that didn't pass the legislature this year. So, but a lot of people take advantage of that.
And then I have one last question. I know every department, like last year, we gave out bonuses. So I didn't know what line item in the budget where your bonuses came from and what that amount was. Is that in a specific line item?
I don't have anything in there.
Okay.
And I needed to, I guess, talk with HR, the finance director, or whoever about that, but I didn't personally put anything in there.
Okay. Do we know how much that was, Brittany? Because I know everybody was giving a certain amount of bonus dollars last year, I think.
Everybody received a $300 Christmas incentive. Now, as far as the other, there was the constitutional officers have the latitude to put additional or whatever, however they want to do that if they have the money in their budget.
Didn't that come from the CARES?
Ma'am?
Didn't that come from the CARES?
Not the Christmas one. There was a separate,
that came.
There was $300 that was a CARES incentive that we gave to all of the employees as well. But the $300 Christmas was something that we've been doing for, I don't know, 5 or 6 years now, probably a little before then. We try to budget that in there as an employee incentive every year.
I think y'all add that, don't you? Yeah. And
So
my
how many
really
employees?
appreciate that. They appreciate anything.
Yes. How many employees is in your office?
16.
16, okay.
My office has fewer employees for the size county we have than most any office that I have been able to find as I looked up the offices.
Mm-hmm.
I think Rockdale may have 30-something employees. I want enough to cover. I don't want my employees to get overwhelmed.
Right.
And I may have to come back and ask this year. But I'm trying to keep down the number as much as I can.
It looks like from what I can see, the only increases I see you're asking for was in the maintenance agreements. There was an increase in the rental of equipment. There was an increase in travel that you asked from 5,500 to 6,000. Then you wanted the contract. Now, in the contract labor, I forgot to ask, did you want, because it looks like it's been 5,000, but then you requested 7,500 this time. So are you wanting the 5,000 or the 7,500? Okay, then it looks like it was increase in other contracted services. It looks like that was it. So your increase from what I can see here, in the Clerk of Courts was $71,609 is what you're asking. And then for
And a
Board
lot
of,
of that has to do, with our vendors and
right.
we were talking about with the maintenance agreements and all
Mhm.
that goes with that.
Right,
We don't have any control over what they charge.
right, right,
You know.
right. And then I think with the Board of Equalization, I think the only, it was $813 was the difference between 2021 and the ask for,
That could have
For
been
the fund.
training for
Right.
new, I'm not sure what on that.
yeah, education and training did go from 450 to now you're asking 795.
We have 3 new members,
Okay.
and they have to have 40 hours training to start with.
Yeah, it does look like that was the only line item that had a different ask amount. And then the bonuses, $300 for 16 employees was $4,800. So that's what you budgeted for. They only got the $300 bonus. They didn't get any more or less than that.
Are you saying I put that in there?
No, that's what, I think Lloyd, you were just saying that each employee in there got $300.
Yes,
Did that come out of,
that came, the county put that in.
okay,
Yeah.
The county
The-
put that in. The county adds, if they get, whatever they get, the county adds.
okay,
that.
so we gave the 4,800.
Yes, y'all
Okay.
got that.
We actually budgeted in non-departmental, and then as we go to, when Christmas comes in, it's paid for out of the non-departmental line. But yeah, it's $300 for, we budget
Okay.
$300 per employee.
Okay. I think that was all I had.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please come over if you can and just see what we do, so that you'd better understand.
Yeah.
I know this on paper, it kind of might not make sense, but we'd love to have y'all anytime. And I will have to say, I have great employees. They're very passionate about their work. We have to recheck, and they're very conscientious about what they do. So I really appreciate them, and they appreciate whatever bonus they are able to get.
Yes.
Did you have?
First, I'll make a comment and say, you've been doing this way longer than I have, and I just commend you. Because sometimes, like I said, more about myself than anybody else. You get drugged through the dirt and the mud, and we just, speaking, I guess, a little bit for you too. We just enjoy working around people and working with people, and I really have enjoyed our friendship because you're the type of person who loves everybody.
No.
Yes, ma'am. And this is more the Lord, and it's about the Christmas bonuses. Bonus. Where did we get that money from? I mean, where did it come from?
The general fund.
General fund. So we
General
budgeted
fund.
in general fund.
We
every
budgeted
year.
it, that's correct. We budgeted in the general fund as part of the employee benefits, if you
Oh,
will.
absolutely. Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to do that. And anytime you have questions or you want to, all right. I know you've been saying it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
maybe one position, and, I guess what position are you recommending?
Tax assistant.
The tax assistant position, I believe that's the title of it.
I'll put it out now. We will be restructuring. I will be changing positions. If we have to lay out 2 or 3 people to get the positions that I want, that's what I will do.
Tax assistant is the
So,
at this point.
right, so I get, because you are, this constitutional officer, tax commissioner, if we budget with money to him what he wants, and he can take it, and it need to be restructured, how do we use the monies for, I'm asking, I guess, in other words, if he want to restructure, he could for the money that we budgeted for him.
That's correct, for whatever, however that could fit into the money that's budgeted for. It's approved for.
I had a couple questions that I asked, and I never did get the answer to it. I guess I'm just jumping around, because I'm kind of anxious to try to find out. And I think you mentioned a little bit from your presentation, it was about the tax owed money, tax that were owed. But is that a part of the restructuring plan?
That will be a division that we're putting in place that solely focus on collected, seeking uncollected taxes. That's a whole new division that we plan to create in this whole new restructure.
In other words, I think, and just me thinking, I'm asking, what you're saying is that taxes that have been paid in prior administration, maybe the right word, maybe wrong, prior administration, you're gonna make sure that we figure out a way to try to best liability.
We've already worked on devising a way of collecting those taxes.
Okay, so I'm just gonna, let's get to it, because I'm very curious, I really want to know the answer to this question. How much, taxes, that have been paid, is out there, and maybe recruit some from,
the original taking office, when I took office, we came up with a number of $11 million that was uncollected taxes.
okay, so how much money is from the, prior administration that we have maybe in the bank?
Now, prior administration's bank account is their sole responsibility, and what we're gonna do, at some point in time, an audit has to be done. And that's gonna be able to tell you about that account, because I don't have access to the account. That administration will say, it actually was set by Martie. So that account is, in which we were taught that to go in and create our own accounts. That's what I did. So all the money that's been coming into the account since January have been going into my accounts that I set up. Now, so the balance of that, the audit is gonna have to be done just to find out what that balance is. And where that money goes, this money belongs to the tax, to the board of commissioners. So, if y'all don't wanna know what's in there or where it's gonna go, that's up to you all. But right now, I got no accounts.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and I guess this question is to, our county manager, Lord. So the $400,000 that we're talking about, is it in an account with the county somewhere, or is it in another separate account? Because I was told that it was that the tax commissioner would go, and so I'm just trying to figure out where is it?
I would assume it would be in the bank account held down there in the tax commissioner's office. Because the county finance department does not hold any of that revenue until it's turned over and dispersed to us.
So what's the process, excuse me, what's the process of us putting that money back in, I guess, into the county's account, or putting it where it can be, distributed out to, board of education or whomever?
Marcus can answer that better.
Okay, well,
I'm almost put $400,000.
and one last thing that I'm coming, how much tax was over for last year, the last. But do you know?
That was not collected,
Yes.
coming in office, it was
Yes.
$6 million uncollected coming in office.
So this is what I like to suggest, and I was hoping that the board would agree with me, is that we need an audit as for where and who owes those back taxes, where is this money, and maybe need to distribute out to whomever and figure that out. And so I would like to see an audit. And so I don't know how might I go about that, Mr. Chairman.
From my understanding, tax commissioner, just like the constitution officers, just like the sheriff and, they are six right now, the probate judge and clerk of courts, they can do an audit. He can order audit right now if he so desires. Is that correct, Mr. Kirk?
If the tax commissioner's office wants an audit, certainly they can arrange to have one contact whoever, they contact the Mullen Jenkins, who done our audits, or if there's another audit firm, CPA firm, that would be certainly, then he can, the tax commissioner's office can make that call and set that audit.
And at the same time, in the same token, there's also, you all's responsibility at any point in time, you all can come in and audit any department.
Well, absolutely. And so I think that it's too much money uncollected. I think over 11 million, and then over $400,000 that's sitting somewhere, and we don't know where. That while we shouldn't have done an audit, the board of commissioners, I think we need to know. And I think that if we don't, I think it's a disservice to the taxpayers in Wynne County.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Sanders?
I think I had expressed this a while back. I do agree with that we should do the audit because it is not the fault of the current tax commission that these taxes were not collected. So it's unfair to have it come out of his budget, but it's not of his fault that these monies have not been collected in the past years. So that's taking away from his budget and staff when the job wasn't completed previously. And my other question is, I noticed that you have these other deputy commissioners. Are you setting these individuals up to collect these? Is that what you have it set up? That's what I thought when looking at this organizational chart, why he has it actually itemized on motor vehicle inspection collection and property tax. He's setting them up to be the one to collect $11 million taxes that we don't have.
Yeah, that's one of the whole division that's going in.
Yeah.
It's also in, it goes back to my checks and balances as it relates to reconciling accounts, the accounts with the monies. I think one of the articles that I did read that was drafted, it talked about departments needing checks and balances in place. So I wanted to make certain that we have checks and balances in place. And that's the reason for the restructure.
And so what happens, because I know you said the books were not closed last year.
So there was not a closeout audit.
So
There was not a closeout audit done.
So how do we, what happens when the previous tax commission closed it out? So how does that work? The court system get into it? I'm just trying to educate on that area.
Technically, the professional obligation would want her to do that, or he or her to do that. Since it was not done, I'm gonna see fit that it's done. But again, at the end of the day, that person is bonded, and that bond, her bond, it should be still active, and that bond, whatever, it should have something to do with the bond itself. But at the end of the day, we're gonna make sure that everything reconciles back to where it should be. That those accounts still belong to the previous administration, and they're not our accounts. So, if
the bond cannot be closed out,
it should be validated. They should be valid because if the closeout was not done. But that may be a lead question.
Commissioner Gallo?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I may be misunderstanding here. Let me see if I have this right. You're missing $400,000, is that correct?
I'm not sure what $400,000 $100,000 for the top.
Where did that number come from?
I don't,
This is something.
Previous bank account? What was in the previous bank account? How much was in that previous bank account?
the previous account, at town office,
Yeah.
I go back and look at bank statements. But, now the 400,000, what it sounds like is the excess funds, because they're not gonna do all anyway. That's excess funds from tax sale. That's an account.
So there's not $400,000 missing?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. All right.
Now, there was a little over $400,000 in excess funds that was, and a lot of that deals with from, tax sales, in which there's no, I don't have an account list of where those funds came from, but the money is sitting in another bank account. And I say it's good.
So there is $400,000.
Okay.
I
Now,
don't know what that.
you asked them to do an audit. I think that's a good business practice, so, I have no problem with that. The past due taxes was, I think you and I talked, they were like $9 million.
Well, it was 11.
It's 11, but you can only collect about $9 million.
It's gonna be probably, when we come back, we may have to write off $2 million. Yes.
So are you going to go and try to get the liens filed on that property?
That's part of our strategy.
So if you get liens put on that property, you'll get that back as property liens.
Right.
Okay, so, okay, good, thanks.
Commissioner Mason.
Thank you, sir. So, Lord, I guess I can ask this question. How much does an audit actually cost?
Our countywide audit usually costs around $55,000, so that's for the whole county. So I would assume just auditing one department would be significantly less than that, but I do not know. I'm happy to contact Wynne and McGinley, who is our current auditor, if we would like to utilize them or reach out to other CPA firms and get quotes.
So the 55,000 is for the entire county, not just for one specific department. So I guess if we can find out what that expense would be to determine where we can budget.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that.
That would be excellent if we can follow up on that to get that. Who's actually collecting the taxes now?
As it was.
As of right now, because I know Commissioner Sanders said you had put in your work chart that there are going to be individuals that you're setting up for new positions to collect taxes. So who's collecting taxes?
The office as a whole is still collecting. What I'm trying to do now is the new chart. We're going to be targeting like delinquent tax. I'm going to bring in, and that's part of the instruction in the new positions. We're going to hire someone that's going to target. That's all we're going to do is target uncollected delinquent taxes.
Okay, so the delinquent officer clerk would be the one.
Yeah, yes.
Because I know in the new position, you ask for the county manager, senior executive supervisor, deputy tax commissioner, tax assistant. So those are the five.
One of the deputy tax commissioner, if you see special collections, that's the one I want to bring in first.
Okay.
And then I didn't want the legal officer clerk is later on, but I want to get the deputy in right now so we get it set up.
Okay, so the deputy tax commissioner for the special collection, because you have one for motor vehicle, one for special collections, and one for property tax.
And there's a reason for special collection. It's on down further in the.
Okay, so you're not needing the special collections deputy tax right now. You're looking for the property tax and the motor vehicle.
We already got motor vehicles. We're going to add property tax, and we're going to add the special collections.
Okay. So that's the deputy tax commissioner, special collection is the only one that you were looking at, because you have the other two already.
Well, no, I don't have the property tax.
Okay.
I don't have that yet, but we're looking at that. In of those 5 positions, 2 of them are already on staff. We're just going to promote them.
Okay, so those two don't have anything to do with the delinquent taxes, that the 11 million
No.
that we're talking about.
No.
Okay. So that would be
that clerk is coming right off this. Okay. That's just another budget, but I don't, why I had it sitting out there when I put it out.
Okay, so who's collecting the delinquent taxes now in the office, what position?
Where it falls under the property tax, right, I think a lot of this deals with property tax. So if we don't have that deputy, yet we have clerks that we're doing, but, and also, myself, we're talking.
So you and the clerks are collecting past due taxes, right?
Yes,
So that will get done.
Yeah, no, it's not get done.
Okay.
But with the deputy, you get somebody that's focused on the way of doing it.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we're not getting that done if we needed these positions to do that, or if you're just trying to streamline that process. Because it seems like you're just trying to streamline
we're
the process.
streamline the process because as we grow, I mean, you're gonna need somebody that's particular, specific just for that. Because as you can see, I mean, if you don't pay attention to it, you can get behind.
Yeah. So it may not be an immediate need, but it will be a need.
I would, no, it is a need. We do need it right now.
Well, I guess I'm looking at the immediate need because it would be an immediate need if you didn't have anybody able to collect it at all right now. If nobody in your office was collecting it, then I can see the immediate need. But if you have someone collecting it now that can do that,
I guess
it may not need immediate. That makes sense.
Now, but what we're trying to do is cash on target now because evidently it hasn't been done. So yes, yes, it is a need because we need someone that can focus on it. That's all we do every day is that. Because right now you got other clerks that's doing other different things. And then all the time you're doing it if someone decides to bring it in. But now this person right here, we're gonna be online and able to make phone calls to them and actually get out there to people.
Okay. And then I have one last question. In regards, I know you mentioned the software. It looks like you have requested for the software update is $76,566.40. Correct.
Correct.
So does the state ever do any updating to the software, or is that only out of your department?
That's our department software. This software is our accounting software for property tax. So that's on our own. There are different vendors that we could choose. But this vendor right here actually helped develop the Windows software, which that's what our previous software is doing. So it's going to be easier for us to migrate that in to what we're doing. Because going back this time, you had to get the tax assessors data over into our system anyway. So by having the same people that created that, it's going to make it a lot easier.
Okay, so the state does no updating.
That's a cost of $40,000. And then also we also have the cost of the numbering system, because the current system is push button and ticket. Now we're trying to go more high tech, so everything's done with mobile and online. So that's another $31,000.
Okay.
And then our website is $25,000.
So that's what equates to the 76,500.
76, yes.
Those three.
Yes.
Okay. I don't know about that.
Actually, if you go on the last page, I wrote it down. On the very last page, see that? At the very bottom, we got professional contracts.
The package. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. I agree with you because you're just saying we need somebody right now to kind of take on those delinquent taxes. Because I think $11 million, or the estimate of $11 million, or maybe collected maybe $9 million somewhere. This money that had not been really been looked at. I hope that the audit will provide maybe who owes these particular monies. Like you do me on my little piece of small property I have. If I forget to pay it,
maybe $100 to a car, and they post my name on, and I have folk calls, and you pay your taxes yet, JC, you go out do it. And so that's what I do. And secondly, if we're gonna do an audit, it need to be a person, even if we're gonna pay for it, I hope we do. It need to be a person, a company of your choice. Because I don't think we need to use the same people that we have been already connected with. It should be somebody different.
And I've been in talks with, I think, Chamberlain and Assessor, I think they were the prior, previous, group that did the audit for the county. I had conversations with them as well. So I mean, I'm open for suggestions. I mean, if y'all put on a list, and I can call.
Anyone else? Commissioner Sexton.
I just don't think you ought to use those.
That's fine. I mean, give me a list, and we can talk. I mean, I'm open. I just want it done. So I don't have a preference of who we get. Just give me a list.
Commissioner Sexton.
I just want to get clarity on what Commissioner Mason is asking. So currently, individuals that you have in your office are basically doing double jobs. They're doing their job and collecting.
Correct.
So that's what you're asking. That's why you're asking somebody just to focus on the. I just want to get clear.
And I went through to several different counties and looking at the organization of how they're set up. And new county, I mean, we've outgrown the current structure. I mean, we have outgrown that, and it's time for us to implement a new phase.
I was just gonna add to that. I think what you have here is great. I think it's excellent. And I think streamlining the process is great to do. I know sometimes, even when we have county projects, sometimes we can't do all the project at once. We do it in phases. So I think that's probably what the suggestion is right now, not to say that we will never do your organizational structure or ever put it in place, just based off of the funds that we have available. We want to phase it. So we may not be able to do all 5 positions, but we can do 1, and then maybe the next budget season we may be able to do 2. So we're phasing in so that we can complete your organizational chart, if that makes sense.
And I understand that. And also, you need to understand I have a military background. And what I'm going to do, I mean, I know what it's going to take for me to get going to where I need to be. Again, you all just, you approve whatever you decide. But I'm going to make my organizational chart work. Then I just go there, budget and get it. So, again, if it means laying off 2 or 3 people that I have, I'm open to do it.
And I just want to make sure that we get to this, because I think it's a great plan. I think it's a great idea. And I think this organizational chart, I think it's great. It's on point. I just know we only have a certain amount of money that the board has to operate and work within. And so everybody is pulling at the board. I need an extra $1 million, I need an extra $2 million, I need an extra $5 million, I need an extra $10 million. So we have to try to figure out as a board, how can we meet the needs of every single department with the set amount of money that we have? And I think that's just.
I understand.
Thank you. It's great. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Thank you, sir. Greatly appreciate you being here. Thank you.
The next department up is
and the work of the probate council, we were able to stop the bill that we feared would inundate our counties with an exponential increase in money paid out by the county just to deal with these licenses. So I appreciate your help in making that happen. We have been told that that's something similar but not as aggressive is probably going to come through next year. So I'm already putting together numbers and all of that stuff to be ready for that. I'll start with magistrate and then go into probate, and then I'll take questions if that works about either. There's not anything significant in either budget. I think the biggest increases in magistrate have to do with the fact that, I mean, it's, when I say big increases, we bought a new Toshiba copier because the one we had had died, and we had a hand-me-down from Miss Hayes. So that one died too. So I'm all about taking a hand-me-down, but that one died too. So we had to replace that. So we had not previously had a lease on a copier. Now we do. We were able to cover that to start with in this budget, had money to cover that, and then we'll need that to continue. The only other increase in the magistrate budget, other than typical sort of small minor increases, is a requested increase in pay for Judge Tammy Wells Thomas. She is one of the associate, she's one of the part-time associate magistrate judges, and she has had to step up her participation and holding of court. I am trying to, I didn't want to come in here and ask for a lot this year. I'm going to warn y'all, I'm probably going to need another full-time judge by next year, but what we're doing is our own internal study of keeping track of every hour we spend on the bench so that we can actually show to you how much more court we're holding. Because I want to be able to back it up. We feel it. We feel the pressure to keep up with court. Part of the issue right now is we're dealing with more frequent court hearings because we have to have everything still so small that we're having much more court hearings than we did in the past. That's going to go away probably at some point as COVID resolves, but then we're going to be dealing with a backlog. In particular, the only place we're backlogged is in our, in magistrate, is in our eviction proceedings, our dispossessories, and that has to do with the CDC moratorium. There was originally a moratorium on evictions in the CARES Act. Then the CDC, that's been extended, I think now 3 times. We're now into June 30th. We're hearing that's probably going to continue into September, and that maybe that'll be the last extension for that. So what that's done is, of course, held a lot of those proceedings. They just get stayed. Just like if someone's in bankruptcy, we stay the proceedings. Same thing with these CDC evictions. Different courts have handled it different ways. Some courts just refuse to docket any dispossessories. I don't think that's my personal position is that's not fair, and I question the legality of that. We are docketing them. And some of the people are saying, yeah, I haven't been paying and I'm ready to move, and so we can go ahead and move those cases through. Some people have been filing. We've had a lot of people filing the CDC declarations. And so that what I have taken is we treat it like a bankruptcy. And so wherever we are when it gets filed, we stop there. As Judge Dagonia says, he's been handling those for me, and he had a very light day on Monday, but he said, I feel bad taking the county's money today. He said, but I know I'm going to make up for it come September and October, which is true. So we do anticipate that coming. So that's the only backlog we have left is in those, and that's just because it's something we can't move on right now. So that's the only significant changes in the magistrate budget. Moving to the probate budget, there are some increases. The biggest is some small equipment I'm asking for. We need more lateral. It is $8,000. We need more lateral file cabinets because we are busting at the seams. For those of you that were here when the expansion was done at the Judicial Center, probate really didn't get one. And so we're struggling pretty badly. So we've learned that the lateral cabinets, even though they are far more expensive than the, your typical stand-up cabinets, those just don't hold a lot and they take up more space. Most probate filings have to be held at most of them forever. Some of them, like minor guardianships, you actually have to hold for about 20 years after the minor reaches the age of majority. So still a significant period of time, and we just simply don't have the space to hold them. So that's what that expense is for. You are going to see increasing in printing because we're printing so many weapons carry licenses. In the month of March, new permits alone, we issued 293, and that's just new permits. That doesn't count renewals. So apparently what happened last year, which was our 4,800, which is a huge increase, is going to stay the same. And the listserv from the probate judges is everybody across the state is seeing those increases. So it appears that's not going anywhere. So that has increased our printing costs. That has increased for printing the licenses. It has increased our postage for mailing has gone up. So that's all weapons carry. And even in our general supplies, now we're having to cover things like, you know, we're never going to go back because we fingerprint our applicants. We're never going to go back to not wearing gloves and not wearing masks when we fingerprint. We now see that even in cold and flu season, that's the safer way to go. And so that's going to be something that will come out of this that will continue. But you got to pay for masks, you got to pay for gloves. And so that has increased there. Probate also had to get another Toshiba copier at the recommendation of Toshiba because they were coming out at least once a week, sometimes twice a week to fix the one we had. So we did move it to the back of the office just so that it's there for light copying and printing, just to kind of help and kind of conserve. So there is an additional cost for that. So that's all I really, nothing major in my budget this cycle, thankfully, because that legislation didn't pass. As just to report back to you, I've told you about how magistrates doing probate. We are, I wouldn't consider us behind anywhere other than on traffic bench trials. And after the month of May, the Superior Court judges have allowed us to use their one big room in the courthouse. So after May, we will be 100% caught up on our traffic bench trials as well, which is, you know, a year later, but it's been difficult. Traffic calendars, if you've ever been over there, an arraignment calendar typically had every Tuesday 80 to 100 people. I can't do that anymore. So we now arraign, we put 10 on the calendar in hopes that 6 to 8 will show. And that's how we do traffic now. So it has been a slow process, but we have been going since May in person. It's not something where other things we've been able to transition to Zoom with our adult guardianships, some of our estate hearings, things of that nature. You can do criminal court over video, which is great when there are attorneys involved in Superior Court. Most of your traffic defendants and your magistrate criminal defendants don't have representation. They might get it the day of court. Some of them don't even get it then. They think it's traffic. I don't need a lawyer. Well, it's really hard to do Zoom court with self-represented litigants. They just knowing how to fill out the paperwork. They need to be able to hands-on, have somebody show them where to put things, that sort of thing. So that's the only area where we're behind, but we should be completely caught up by June 1st in traffic, which we're pretty excited about because we've worked pretty hard on that. Our weapons carry appointments were about 4 weeks out, which doesn't sound great. I looked at some other counties. Henry County, as of last week, their first appointment they had available was in November.
Wow. Wow.
So I feel like we're doing pretty good, only being 4 weeks out.
Wow.
We did get I got it during this budget cycle, and it's included in this budget request. I'm paying for a program that allows people to schedule their appointments online. That's been extremely helpful for people. It's been allowed the clerks to work. A couple times when we've had people out because they're quarantining, I've been helping with phone calls. And the only phone calls we get are about weapons carry. I mean, I would answer phone calls for 8 hours, and honestly, 6 hours a day, it was weapons carry phone calls. So we amped up what's on the website, but by giving them the ability to make their appointments online, it frees up the clerks to focus on the other things that we're doing, which is a lot. But it also allows people, you'll come in the next morning and you'll see 30 appointments were made overnight. It allows people who work second shift on the weekends, that sort of thing, to go and get their appointments scheduled. They're not waiting for us to be open. It's what everybody's doing across the state. It's the safest way to handle things because the building can't handle very much. And there's just not a lot of space. I told Commissioner Mason I'd be glad and offer it to all of you. You're welcome to come see it. We actually fingerprint in a file room because that's where we can fit. So again, space is an issue, but I'm going to be working on plans with Billy and Jason to see what we can do about those issues, and I'll present that to you when the time comes. But I don't like coming to you with what I need without having the stuff to back it up and having a plan, because I don't think that's very productive. So those are kind of things that I think will be coming issues, is needing more help with weapons carry if this continues. And like I said, it looks like it's going to. We look on par to be where we were, if not higher than last year, this year. And I don't know why that is. It's interesting. The demographics of our applicants are cut across racial lines, gender lines, socioeconomic, political. It is, everybody wants a gun permit right now. I think there's some lack of education. People think they have to have a gun permit to have a gun. That's not what the law says. I think people are, because some people will say, well, you're keeping me from having a gun. No, we're not keeping you from having a gun. We're keeping you from carrying it concealed. That's the only thing the license. But the other benefit to a license is it allows you to go in and buy a gun without a background check because you've already had the background check. So it kind of greases the wheels for gun purchases. And I think that's a lot of where it's coming from, because ammunition, I'm sure you've seen the news, ammo is hard to come by. So people are buying guns and ammo when they can, because there just seems to be a lack of supply. And so, you know, supply, that kind of drives the, well, I got to get this permit. I got to, so it's been an interesting and busy year trying to deal with COVID and keep court going, but I've been proud that we've done that and everything. And like I say, we've got one area in each court where we're behind. And our revenue is down a little bit, primarily a magistrate, because people, you know, people passing away is not something you can control. And so wills have to be probated or estates have to be probated regardless of the pandemic. Less so on small claims and civil suits and things of that nature. And evictions, we definitely are down on the number of evictions, because I think that some landlords have just kind of, I've heard it, I'm sure some of y'all have heard it, they've kind of thrown their hands up. And it's a tough issue, because you have people, the tenants are suffering, but a lot of the landlords have mortgages on these properties, and they're not getting the same protection that the tenants are. And so if they don't pay, the property goes into, you know, can go into foreclosure. It's just, and I don't know what the answer is. That's why people way above me make those decisions. But that's what we've seen, is kind of less filings in that area. Obviously, unfortunately, our probate filings have gone up due to the deaths from COVID and other things. So we're working hard and keeping up with the demands. So any questions?
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions, commissioners? You good? You good? You got Commissioner Galvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do appreciate Judge Bell and the way she runs her office over there. We take for granted that things run well like this in all counties. Just go to some other counties, go to Rockdale County, disaster. It just, probate court is just, I hate it. But we take for granted that our people, you know, are doing their job, you know, adequately, but actually we're exceptional. And I think you run an exceptional office. So
Thank you.
Just want to say I appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks, y'all.
Have a great
Enjoy
day.
your lunch.
Procedures as we're required to. So anyway, thank you, Shane.
I did notice the size of the business. So thank you.
Well, and now we're without our hat. That's right. All right. In closing, hopefully these 2 days have been very informative. For some of you, we know maybe some brand new information. For some of you, it's a refresher, and others, it's a validation of what you already knew. So, but hopefully you're taking something away in this time well spent. This is two days of a three-part retreat. The third day is on Friday, April 16th, where Megan Martin, county attorney, is going to be presenting, on rules of procedure, form of government, the Open Records Act, Open Meetings Act. One of the things that is a part of the strategic plan is that on an annual basis, there would be this conversation with the Board of Commissioners, not only as a refresher, but if there's anything that has developed new, that's the kind of thing that Megan brings to this conversation. So, is there anything else in terms of quotes?
Just thank you all for coming and being here. I know everybody's ready to go, so we'll say, well, thanks a lot, Judy, to you and your team, great job. And we'll see you all. Bob?
Yeah, if I can remind you on our website, social media, because tomorrow, 11 o'clock, is Wolverine Field Recreation Department is doing an Easter egg hunt. So, you're supposed to participate. 2 years ago they did it, and it was a great turnout, so probably will be again this year.
Yeah, I you gotta say this, I want to thank all of y'all, but I want to thank the commissioners as well. This is much participation that I've had since, Stan was on yesterday, he was on live meeting. But for everybody being here all together like that, I appreciate it much, very much. Thank you, Foster, thank you, all of y'all.
And we also want to thank Barbara.
Bob?
Yeah, if I can remind you on our website, social media, because tomorrow, 11 o'clock, is Wolverine Field Recreation Department is doing an Easter egg hunt. So, participate. 2 years ago they did it, and it was a great turnout, so probably will be again this year.
Yeah, you gotta say this, I want to thank all of y'all, but I want to thank the commissioners as well. This is much participation that I've had on live meeting. Everybody being here all together like that, I appreciate it much, very much. Foster, thank you, all of y'all.
And we also want to
Bob?
Yeah, if I can remind you on our website, social media, because tomorrow, 11 o'clock, is Wolverine Field Recreation Department is doing an Easter egg hunt. So, participate. 2 years ago they did it, and it was a great turnout, so probably will be again this year.
Yeah, you gotta say this, I want to thank all y'all, but I want to thank the commissioners as well. This is much participation that I've had on live meeting. Everybody being here all together like that, I appreciate it much, very much. Foster, thank you, all of y'all.
and we also want to
Bob?
Yeah, if I can remind you on our website, social media, because tomorrow, 11 o'clock, is If I can, remind you on our website, social media, because tomorrow, 11 o'clock, is Wolverine Field Recreation Department is doing Easter egg hunt. So, participate. Years ago, they did it, and it was great. Probably will be again. Fosters, thank you, all of you. If I can, remind you on our website, social media, because tomorrow, 11 o'clock, is Wolverine Field. Years ago, they did it, and it was great. Probably will be again. Fosters, thank you, all of you. If I can, remind you on our website, social media, because tomorrow, 11 o'clock, is Wolverine Field. Years ago, they did it, and it was great. Probably will be again. Fosters, thank you, all of you. If I can, remind you on our website, social media, because tomorrow, 11 o'clock, is Wolverine Field. Years ago, they did it, and it was great. Probably will be again. Fosters, thank you, all of you. If I can, remind you on our website, social media, because tomorrow, 11 o'clock, is Wolverine Field. Years ago, they did it, and it was great. Probably will be again. Fosters, thank you, all of you. If I can, remind you on our website, social media, because tomorrow, 11 o'clock, is Wolverine Field. If I can, remind you on our website, social media, that tomorrow, 11 o'clock, will reveal. Years ago, they did it, and it was great. If I can, remind you on our website, social media, that tomorrow, 11 o'clock, will reveal. Years ago, they did it, and it was great. If I can, remind you on our website, social media, that tomorrow, 11 o'clock,
Y'all ready? Yeah. Ready, Commissioner? You ready? Thank you guys for being here. Yes, ma'am.
Hey, good afternoon. Can everybody hear me? I want to thank the Chairman Banks for allowing me to present. Also the commissioners, each and every one of you guys taking the time out to actually come and see what I'm asking for or requesting, let me say it like that. And also the finance department, WACA, citizens that have came to listen as well. As many of you know, I'm Dorothea Bailey Butts, the coroner of Newton County. And as you guys can follow along with me in your binders, if you guys want to look up from time to time, it's okay, but it's going in order, okay? I put this presentation together because going to the BOC retreat, I didn't see anything that fit the coroner's role and didn't say anything about the coroners or the budget or anything like that. So guys, bear with me. This is the first time ever that I was able to find any information about the coroner budget or about the mission statement. So bear with me, and I hope you guys understand that, you know, I'm here to solely work for the citizen of Newton County. My mission statement, guys, as you can take a look, it's telling you guys I want to do a medical legal death investigation. I want to make sure that everybody's highly trained. So medical legal death investigation is what I want you guys to take from this. My vision. This is the vision that I put together that I would like to go forth with under my administration. I want to provide the dignity for the deceased, compassion for the living, service for all our partnering public safety agencies, integrity of the coroner's office to the citizen of Newton County. That's the vision that I would like to continue to carry on. Thank you. Guys, this is just a letter from me. I pretty much took the time out to write a letter since I've been in office since January 1 up until now. I just kind of jot down some stuff, and also, if you guys take the time out, you guys can read that a little bit later, and I thank you guys so much, okay? Newton County, I'm telling you a little bit about the elected coroner's office. Since 1963 to 2020, all coroners that has been elected in the Newton County has been either a male or a funeral home director or a funeral home owner. November 2021, I was elected as the first female coroner, the registered nurse. No, I'm not tied to a funeral home. So that's a little bit of challenge, and it's the change. And I appreciate everybody has wanting change. So right here is what change is starting with the coroner's office. And I thank you guys again. I'm asking for the BOC to increase funding to support increase in manpower and compensation. I'm gonna talk about the training, the personnel, and the accreditation to be the first coroner office in Newton County. I want to be the first to be accredited. There's no coroner's office in the state of Georgia has any type of accreditation. We have accredited funeral homes, but we don't have accredited coroner's office, okay? I want to increase our inventory from what I came into this role with limited resources. I want to make sure that we stock and have adequate supplies. Also our infrastructure and our equipment. Okay, guys, I'm gonna stop right there because actually I have Mr. Ross. Mr. Ross, I met him when I went to Georgia's training council. He was one of the instructors. So I said, when I came to Newton County, I wanted the best. Every time I go somewhere, somebody was like, oh, we don't know anything about the coroner's office. So I was doing a little bit wheeling and dealing outside of the county. And I brought somebody that wants to modernize my office, somebody wants to make sure we got SOPs in place, somebody knows Title 45, somebody knows what my job inquires, not just picking up the deceased, it inquires a lot more than that. Also, he can tell you his credentials. Mr. Ross, if you please, because I'm on call, guys, so I have to have him to kind of present. So I'm on call 24 hours, 7 days a week, so if I get a call, I will step away. But I hired him as a consultant. He also is a coroner, so he's able to step in And I thank you so much. Absolutely. Appreciate it.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, and may it please the board, thank you very much for having me to speak with you today about the Newton County Coroner's Office. I kind of wanted to, I've spent about the last week and a half working with Coroner Butts and kind of understanding her vision and some of the obstacles that she's been presented with as the incoming coroner. I think that in totality, she wants to modernize the coroner's office. She wants the best for the citizens of Newton County and wants to do the right thing. So I wanted to start out with this particular slide. It's just an overview of the coroners and deputy coroners and kind of their roles. A lot of people may not understand all of the tasks that the coroner or deputy coroners are charged with. And the first thing is that obviously they determine the cause and manner of death. I think that's a given. Everybody kind of knows that. The second thing is that they receive their training from the Georgia Police Academy, also known as GPSTIC, which stands for the Georgia Public Safety Training Center. Coroners are quasi-judicial, and they have judicial powers, and they conduct court in the form of an inquest when necessary. And did anybody know that by chance, that they can impanel a jury and conduct an inquest court to determine cause and manner of death? And that's a very important task that they have. Case in point, let's say a prisoner dies in the custody of the sheriff or the jail. Well, let's pretend that the sheriff's office has not done anything wrong. And the sheriff of this county is a good, ethical person, and so all of his deputies, and they have done the right thing. It's important that we have this process preserved and utilized so that we can put the ball of the court into the people's court, plead a case before them, and properly adjudicate a cause and manner of death in an unbiased fashion. And that would clear the sheriff's office or other entities and ensure that we're doing the right thing. The other thing is that each coroner and deputy coroner have to give the same bond as the elected sheriff. I'm not sure if y'all knew that, but previously it's to my understanding that other coroners were not bonded in the county. So we have made the amendment in that line and paragraph number. We'll kind of go over that just briefly here in a little bit. So we want to ensure that we're doing the right thing, because if you're not bonded, you cannot technically act as a coroner or deputy coroner in that county. They also play a critical role in the justice system. And that can be crucial because when things go to trial, let's say it involves foul play, or even sometimes a civil matter, if they're required for a deposition, you really want to have a highly trained force that can sit at a deposition with attorneys and can be sworn in and be recognized as a subject matter expert for that. So that not only makes your county look good, but it also increases the success rate for the district attorney's office or even the solicitor general's office. And when I say the solicitor general's office, there is specifically a misdemeanor vehicular homicide charge that one can be charged with. So sometimes when we run into those incidences, a solicitor from the solicitor general's office will want to prosecute a case involving a misdemeanor death. So we can still service them as well with a robust subject matter expert. They also are part of the public safety community. And this is important because let's say, especially during these times, you have a tornado, you have a pandemic, some type of civil unrest or a flood. These folks can be utilized as sworn agents, because they are sworn and bonded, to help their other public safety brothers and sisters out there. So it's really beneficial to the county to have a robust group and highly trained group of folks. And in addition to that, I just want to touch on this. The coroner's office is independent and a standalone agency that adjudicates the cause and manner of death by asserting and substantiating facts. That's what these folks do. They substantiate facts. They remain unbiased, just like a court would, so that they can render a fair and impartial cause and manner of death without any type of backlash from the general public or concerns. So that is what right looks like. The next slide is that the previous administration, if you look at this task org, we were able to go back and look at the Georgia Coroners Association website, and it shows that the previous administration had 3 deputy coroners at one time and an elected coroner, and they also had an administrative assistant. When we were doing a lot of the research, we really wanted to do research to do our due diligence so that when we came before the board, we can have a good solid baseline and provide facts of where we were, where we are, and project where we need to be. I mean, it was kind of difficult to do that because we found it very hard to pinpoint specific information. And a lot of this information was either missing, incomplete, or unavailable. So one of the things that we asked for, I think, was previous reports before the board or presentations. And it says that they were admitted as appendixes in these minutes, but yet we cannot find them. So that it's problematic because when we're trying to determine, our previous data, where we are now and our projections to give a good, solid budget report or request to the board, it makes it difficult for us to do these things. And I know that Coroner Butts and I have talked thoroughly, and she wants to be a good steward of the taxpayer money. So we want to set her up for success in these capacities. So if anybody runs into that data, if y'all could let us know so we could encapsulate that in future presentation, that would be great. And we would really appreciate that. Also, let's see here. Let's go to the next slide. The current makeup or the current task org of the coroner's office is that Coroner Butts only has 2 deputy coroners and herself. And this is a metropolitan county. It's rather difficult to be a full-time coroner with only 2 deputies. I've seen it in action. I think that when I say I've seen it in action, I have spent over sometimes 18 hours with you and working on things and kind of itemizing things. So it's a stop and go. And it's really hard for her to complete her task and other administrative duties while executing this position with only 2 deputy coroners. In addition to that, we also wanted, even though these 2 deputy coroners are certified coroners in the state of Georgia, we really want to enhance their training with more forensic-based training. I'll kind of touch on that just here in a little bit. What she is requesting is, this is the proposed administration task org, and she's requesting a chief deputy. She is requesting, and we'll kind of go over the roles here in a second in a little bit more detail, but she's also requesting a clerk of the coroner because let's remember, they are quasi-judicial. They have files and medical records coming in. They serve subpoenas. They receive things back, just like a court would issue a subpoena to receive things back. So it's really going to be imperative that she's allotted this position as well. And the chief deputy, along with the coroner and the clerk of the coroner, will all 3 function together on day-to-day operations. And that is really needed for them to be successful and to ensure that there's, a chain of custody for evidence, responding to the DA's office or the Solicitor General's office, or even to a Superior Court judge when necessary. Also, she plans on having a chaplain. This would be a volunteer member. This is really important. And I have been on several scenes, especially involving pediatric cases or cases of sudden death, cases that are heavily traumatic. And, sometimes people are so frantic on these scenes and cannot compose themselves, and a chaplain really makes a huge difference. So she has allocated a couple of chaplains, or at least 1 or 2 chaplains, to try to be part of that team on a volunteer basis. So I just thought that I would share that with you as well. I think that's a great thing to have. She's requesting, 4 additional deputy coroners in totality. And the reason is that would, again, offset the manpower that is distributed. And we'll kind of talk about how coroners this whole office can easily split apart very quickly to go to other locations and sometimes have to come back. But we'll kind of touch on that here in a second. The other thing that we're asking for is the coroner's technician. And the coroner's technician is going to be this. We have discovered there is a morgue with some interesting infrastructure that might be beneficial to the county. And again, I will touch base on that here in a second. But a coroner's technician would really be somebody who can go to the morgue, release a body, who understands chain of custody. That's very important. We have already implemented procedures in place such as evidence and chain of custody forms and evidence seals on body bags so that we ensure Coroner Butts made it clear to me she doesn't care if it's a penny on somebody's persons, if that body of a person has any type of possessions, whether it's of value or not, it should remain with them and should eventually be released to the family or the next of kin, because that is just a priceless thing that could make all the world and a difference and really be life-changing for other folks. So I think that that's great that she wants to implement that and have somebody who's trained to properly release a body to the appropriate receiving entity. Let me tell you, if you have somebody who does not know what they're doing, or let's say they get a body mixed up, that could be an endless, bottomless financial burden to the county. So we want to prevent that. That would be huge. So we want to have good, strong, competent people in these roles. The other thing that she's requesting is a transport company. We've also itemized this here. We'll kind of get to this in just a second. But a transport company is imperative because the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, how minute-wise, how far would you say without traffic is the Georgia Bureau of Investigation headquarters from here? And with traffic, how would you? Okay. I think you're being really fair because we all know that the Metro Atlanta area is heavily congested. The transport company really helps alleviate the on-call deputy coroner or coroner, especially if they're exchanging shifts or having to relieve each other on scenes. The transport company can go ahead and take custody of a body that is already encapsulated and sealed by that coroner or deputy coroner straight to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation during normal business operating hours. And this, again, would relieve them and would go ahead and ensure that, you're not placing a body inside of the morgue and then having to spend additional money from going from the scene to the morgue and then the morgue to GBI. So she's saving money by having this system in place with a transport company. Okay. We did a comparison, and what I've noticed here in the past 24, 48 hours is that some of this data has changed, not by much, but for the most part, these are, according to the Georgia Coroners Association directory, the deputy coroners that are still on the roster for some of these counties. So I just thought that this was important to have as a comparison, again, because we were kind of limited on the baseline of information that we had. So obviously we have to have a coroner. She's full-time, but we wanted to kind of touch base on, because of the amount of hours that she works, currently she's being paid $35,000, and she's wanting to increase that to $60,000 annually. So that is a request. Also, she wanted to point out that she's declining health insurance because she does not need that. And according to the line number 512110, it is estimated at $18,600 to $20K. So she's wanting to decline that in lieu of $60,000 annual budget. And we were kind of unsure what the previous coroner was getting paid annually. We couldn't find anything interesting enough on that. So, but again, I can attest, ladies and gentlemen, that she is working, and when we say 60 hours, there's no way she's just doing 60 hours, because at nighttime when she goes to bed, she's still answering the phone. I've tried to help out and try to take as a certified coroner, I can kind of help assist with that. And because if you're just running yourself into the ground and you don't have enough deputies, you're just putting a strain on the entire system, and you're going to have a high turnover rate. So that was important that we disclose that. And we're also referencing a law, 4516-11, where the coroner pretty much has to agree on a salary or $175 per call. But I think if she worked all the calls in this county at $175, y'all might be better off switching to a budget of some sort of fair compensation. Also, we did some comparative analysis on two different sources, so you may want to take a look at that as well. But one referenced around $58,000 is the average salary for a coroner in Georgia. So the chief deputy, the roles and responsibilities, this is going to be really important because this person is really going to serve directly under the coroner. So they would report directly to Coroner Butts, and they're responsible for the direction and leadership of the department. And they also coordinate the training and promotion of the department personnel, and not just that, but sometimes it's morale. Sometimes it's just having a person of a different leadership background that can really continue to raise the bar and improve the coroner's office. Additionally, to my understanding that, there was some criteria that the board has put out. And so the chief deputy would also be responsible for as the public information officer. And this is really important to Coroner Butts too. She wants to monthly release data and statistics to not only the board, to the sheriff's office, to other law enforcement entities, to the general public, to Emory University. There are some anthropology majors down there that I think might be interested in some of the data that she has that a lot of these folks can use. So she's wanting to be transparent and continue that on. And, if for whatever reason that Coroner Butts cannot be in the county, or she's on vacation, just like everybody goes on vacation, I think, you have somebody that you can entrust with the agency that is still going to make sound decisions and reduce liability to the county. Training and education, they're going to develop a training and education plan, operations and SOPs, the standard operating procedures to, again, reduce liability to the county. They're also going to conduct coroner's inquest court when necessary, again, impaneling that jury and having an assurity to the citizens that Newton County in totality and the coroner's office is doing the right thing at all times. Procurement. Procurement's important because we, again, want to procure things at a fair and comparable price. We don't want to get ripped off. We don't want the counties and the taxpayers getting ripped off. We want we're going to buy things that are needed but are going to last for a long time. So that's another big thing is preventative maintenance. And that's something else that the coroner's technician would be responsible for as well. It's preventative maintenance so that we can drive down the costs for any type of overhead or maintenance. Serving subpoenas, and I'll kind of come back to the complex cases. Serving subpoenas is really important. Has anybody ever been served with process before or had to go to court? Okay, so coroners, because they're quasi-judicial and kind of coroners are interesting creatures in the public safety realm because they actually do function like a sheriff's office too. So they're kind of hybrid. They're kind of like half sheriff, half judicial with very specific judicial powers. But they don't want to burden the sheriff's office with serving their subpoenas. I think the sheriff's office, it's been my interaction here in the past week and a half, 2 weeks, that coming in and out, that the sheriff's department are great folks. They have many tasks. They have to serve their own subpoenas and writs and warrants of the courts as ordered. They are busy answering 911 calls. They're on motor vehicle accident reports. They are doing things continuously. So to kind of alleviate the great sheriff of Newton County, she wants to take on that role of serving, having her deputies and the chief deputy serving subpoenas and issuing proper process so that when things do go to court or trial, there's not some defense attorney knocking major evidence out for, and we can increase the success rate of successful prosecution for those who are truly guilty parties. But she's asking for $35,000 annually for this position, which, if you kind of consider all of the things that they're doing, might be kind of fair. I think that that's beyond fair. I don't think that you would find somebody who's kind of qualified in those credentials doing all those things unreasonable. The clerk of the coroner. So the roles and responsibilities for this person is an administrative worker in the Newton County Coroner's Office, providing support to the coroner, deputy coroners, judges, attorneys, and other officers of the court. That's great to have because we are sharing information and giving information as directed and needed. They will also help drafting subpoenas, so they'll kind of streamline that process. Entry of service, they will record the entry of service. So once a coroner, just like a sheriff, comes and visits somebody and issues a subpoena for a person to appear, or maybe for evidence to be received, they're going to, the clerk of the coroner is going to record that not only digitally, but also they're going to record that in a binder. So there's always a hard copy of everything as a backup, And there's always a digital case file as well, continuously running our ledger. They will assist with the Public Information Office, so they would be the first point of contact with the news or media. But again, this is really important because we want to unify with other public safety agencies. So Coroner Butts and I've talked, and she totally agrees that she's not going to release any information that is sensitive without first talking to the appropriate law enforcement agency, whether that's the county, municipality, or state agency, or even federal agency. And that can be really, really critical because we want to preserve the integrity of any investigation that is ongoing, or, for example, we want to let the next of kin know. Sorry about that, I thought I put it on silent. We want to let the next of kin know first before the media starts to release information. Okay. So when we were kind of doing an inventory, one of the things that we noticed is that, and this is just, this picture to the left here is just one of many pictures that we have, but we have a bombardment of case files. And with these case files, I can guarantee you that there are several cold cases in here. But part of her mission is to preserve these records. The other thing that we discovered is that there are cremated remains of a veteran who's been there for potentially over a decade. That's right, potentially over a decade of a veteran. And this body or these cremated remains were unclaimed, and there are several other cremated remains that remain there. And I think we're doing some research to kind of ascertain some more facts, but we want to do another due diligence search for next of kin at minimum. I can tell you as a former member of a ceremonial honor guard unit with the United States Army who has laid many veterans to rest, that it is proper to give this veteran or any veteran, especially unclaimed, a proper burial. And I think that that really resonates with many other veterans, but it's just, oh, it's two. So yes, ma'am. So that kind of resonates with a lot of us, and it kind of puts a soft spot in our heart. But we want to honor this veteran and get him to rest once and for all. That's the right thing to do. So with deputy coroners, obviously they determine cause, manner of death as a result of violence, suicide, casualty, suddenly when apparent good health, when unattended by a physician. So if a physician has not been in contact with somebody for some period of time, we would be responsible for signing the death certificate. So this is just the basic criteria that I think most of y'all are already familiar with. The control mechanism that we want to in place here is for a 2-year contract for retention to compensate the offset of training costs, because unlike regular public safety police officers and deputies, and even prosecutors, we do not fall under necessarily, because again, we're kind of this gray area of the law as a hybrid. We have to pay for our training through the Georgia Police Academy. So it's expensive to send to go through basic coroner school. We don't make that number up. Gypstick makes that number up and tells us, hey, you got to pay us. And the Georgia Coroners Training Council gives us very limited criteria of where we can go for training. And that does not even include the hotels or any of the other per diem rates, et cetera, expenses that one would incur. The other thing that is required of us is that annually we have to do in-service training, and that's also expensive. Again, we're kind of limited on what we can do, but I've got some ideas to maybe potentially offset the cost of that. But again, this would be $175 per call. That is the state law, and we're branching that out to $118,700,000 annually. So for that budget. And that would also give some wiggle room in case we need to do other things or have 2 deputies go onto a scene because of complicated circumstances. So for consulting, I'm charging $50 to $5 an hour. To do this, I've been retained by Coroner Butts to kind of help and assist. Again, I have provided a lot of things for her to kind of keep the costs at a minimum. So if I've already had things drafted, I've already given that to her just to help modernize and streamline the process for her, because I want whether it's her or any other coroner, or it could be somebody else that I don't even know, we want to set everybody up for success. That's really important. We want to set everybody up for success because the citizens win. It doesn't matter where you live. You could be traveling through a county and die unexpectedly or have a loved one, but you want wherever you are for the right people to be there to help. So that's kind of how we came up with that number. These are the things that I have been working on. I don't want to spend too much time on it, but I'm happy to talk about it with anybody, even offline if necessary. So we've kind of gone over pretty much the meat and potatoes with the coroner and chief coroner. She wants to increase, the funds to have a full-time coroner and full-time chief deputy coroner. That would branch out to $95,000 annually. Again, we didn't have any information on the Munis budget report from last year or the year before that, so that again made it kind of difficult for us to add things up. So y'all may want to check our math on that with the life insurance, Social Security, and retirement contributions, etc. For the contract labor, this would include 3 different entities. The deputy coroners, because it's state mandated $175 per case that we are mandated to pay a deputy coroner, and that's the minimum that we can pay. Transportation fees for our transportation company to go to GBI, and sometimes we're going to avoid the county morgue because, again, we want to just streamline the process and save the county money. The other portion of that would be for the clerk of the coroner. It would be a contracted position so that we would save the county money on benefits and insurance, etc. Okay, so we are also asking for increase on the for the bond because she's requesting 3 additional deputies, or 4, I'm sorry. So we'll calculate that too. We made a change at the last minute. We also want to really increase funding for, trying to put towards training for advanced forensic courses to be eligible for accreditation. The International Association of Coroners and Medical Examiners. Let me talk to you about those folks real quick. These folks set the standard, and more recently, I think it was your class is one of the first classes at GIPSIC that really started referencing this organization. So they are really the folks who are the subject matter experts for coroners and medical examiners. And that's who we want to get accredited by. And it's not cheap. It's, I think at least it's starting at what, 3,000 or 4,000. So, and it's 24 pages of material of compliance procedures that you have to comply with. So it's very detailed, but I think that this will really be a huge milestone marker for the county. It will set standards to ensure that everything's done at the most modern way and the right way. We are also wanting to ensure that, again, that these deputy coroners are bonded appropriately and correctly. She's also asking for an increase for her telephone, pagers, and mobile. The Mi-Fi for laptops, let me tell you, these folks are on the road at all times. They go all the way to Atlanta. Sometimes they have to meet folks at state lines or even cross state lines because of going to different hospitals. Anything that they have, we want to keep them online at all times so that they can input data immediately. And we'll kind of talk to you about why that's important also in a different section. But the cell phones, we asked for 4 cell phones. We really think we kind of need more because we want these coroners and deputy coroners to use a government device for taking pictures and keeping pictures of the deceased and crime scenes on a government device. We never really want to make that mistake of crossing over onto a privately owned device. I think that is a major, it's a major integrity issue. It's a moral issue. And, it's just bad business, folks. I mean, could you imagine going to a court if a defense attorney finds out or any attorney finds out that there is material or evidence on a device, I guarantee you they're going to want to subpoena that device or seize that device and take a look at it. So we just want to stay in the green zone. Again, we're asking for only 4 of these devices each, but I think that it would be nice to have more. The other cost is the travel, meals, and lodging. We want to increase that because Coroner Butts wants a well-rounded group of subject matter experts, and a well-rounded, diverse organization is a really functional team. You're going to run into all sorts of issues in any jurisdiction as a coroner. I don't care if you have a population of 1 or the population of 1 million. You really want to have that robust team in place, and that's why she's asking for that, to send folks to different areas. The dues and fees for a coroner, we were asking for an additional 8 just because in case she wants to add a reserve deputy program, that they would be responsible for paying for their training costs directly, but it would also give her an auxiliary in case she needs to have responses for like a mass casualty type of situation, or help out other neighboring counties as well. This is a flow chart that I've created for y'all. As you can see, it is not very simplistic. And that's as simple as I could try to place this. But you know, it's really important to understand that this whole pipeline, there are many different things that can happen based on, you know, your scene, and you usually have 2 different types of scenes. You're either going to usually a hospital, or you're going to a physical location or address or scene, or sometimes GPS coordinates, believe it or not. So I wanted to give y'all this so that y'all can kind of have an understanding. More importantly, if you look at the section where, does this have a laser pointer on it here? I don't think. Okay. So if you look at the section kind of midway where there's a diamond surrounded by a large rectangle to the left and right, you'll kind of see that's the process of the 72-hour period that we try to have somebody autopsied and brought back. If you look a little bit lower, there's a breakdown of how many months it takes for blood alcohol content testing to be done. Sometimes it takes, I can tell you this, if somebody has a accidental overdose or a intentional overdose or any type of overdose or poisoning, toxicology is going to be required to determine that cause, manner of death. The problem is with that is that the opioid epidemic in Georgia is so great that it takes at least usually 4 to 6 months, and that's not an exaggerated number, 4 to 6 months for us to get toxicology back from the state crime lab. That means that that death certificate has to remain pending or open and unsigned for that decedent, and that really causes issues for the probate court sometimes because it kind of backlogs things. It can cause issues with prosecution because the prosecution may be ready to roll and proceed forward, and we have to hold back until we have all of these things in place. We'll talk to you all a little bit about why we've asked for money for private forensic testing to expedite these things so that, again, we are part of the judicial system. We're doing our part in keeping cases moving forward. We're not holding up a probate judge's calendar or Superior Court judge's calendar simply because we're just solely relying on the state. Also, this is a good example of how many different hospitals we respond to.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, sir.
We got a time limit that we got to hear to, so I got to open it up for the commissioners to be able to ask questions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sir, may I ask you this? Could I reserve another just 10 minutes real quick to kind of briefly go through this, or 5 minutes?
We already are over, and it's 2:33 now, and I haven't allowed the commissioners to ask any questions yet. I mean, if the commissioners don't have any questions about the budget, then that's something different, but we got another department that I got to get up here.
Chairman Baines, I completely agree, and I'm sorry I went over on the time. I feel that this information is really important. Could we reserve time after the rest of the day, or at a different date? Or could I at least have at least 3 minutes just to kind of go through everything just very briefly? May I? 3 minutes, please? Okay.
Y'all have a problem with it? All right, go ahead.
So,
Go ahead.
yes, ma'am.
Guys, I'm sorry again, because like I said, when we did the retreat, I didn't get a chance to see anything about the coroner. So nobody gave me a footprint and told me I had a time limit. No, I didn't have anything. So like I said, my thing was I did my research, and I just wanted you guys to see what the coroner's office and see why I'm requesting. And I'm sorry, but you guys, please, give us about a couple more minutes. I think we got a couple more slides.
Sure.
And just
We'll just kind of keep it to the point. So, yeah, no worries. Thank you, Madam Coroner. So I just want to illustrate here that, look, we can end up anywhere in Atlanta, sometimes across state lines. Our jurisdiction just doesn't end because somebody expires in Atlanta. We go to wherever the incident occurred. So if the incident occurred in our county, we are mandated to respond to all these. And again, if it's believe it or not, if it's a burn victim, we can end up all the way at Wellstar. This is the concept that we want to field with technology. We want to keep our deputies and our staff mobile. So we're going to put in a request for 4 Surface Pro laptop computers. We want to field these inside of the vehicle so that we can have those readily available, and the MiFis would actually be a part of that package to increase our mobility. Coroner Butts has saved the county by switching over to a system called CODEMS. This is the state database. I sit on the working group panel for this. It did not, nobody got paid to create CODEMS from the ground up. It is owned by the state of Georgia. It's managed by the state of Georgia. It's on a volunteer basis. But this saves the county at least $10,000 annually. It creates a digital case file. And more importantly, because if we get the MiFis and the computers, it can report organ donors on the scene of an accident or tissue donors. And this is really important because actually most of the organ recipients needing an organ are African American folks who are requiring a kidney. So this would greatly benefit the county and make a huge dent and save a plethora of other lives. Just one donor in and of itself can save at least 7 people. The next reason that we would want these devices so that we can talk and be synchronized with the 911 dispatch center and use radio communications. This also time and date stamps our location, where we are, ensuring that we're doing the right thing, and also staying synchronized with the other public safety agencies throughout the county. The mortality reduction program. So we want to implement a mortality reduction program by doing CPR classes, a pediatric safe sleep program. We've already had several pediatric cases, 3 already. That's a lot for just the beginning of the year. In addition to that, we want to create and assist a pretrial diversion program with our neighbors, with the DA's office and the Assessor General's office to give tours in the morgue and presentations as a deterrent. We also want to do a ghost out for our high school students as well to, again, and this is in reference to $15,000 for training and education for that line paragraph number. Training and education is really imperative on the basis that we need to train our staff in gunpowder residue kits, toxicology, basic anthropology, and so forth. This is the additional training. Because we are having a lot of requests to Coroner Butts, there are some cold cases that she is going to have to open. It's going to require probably a plethora of other agencies to assist with this. But a lot of people have come forward, and this is also going to require the full-time manpower of her chief deputy and the coroner, and also the clerk of the coroner. Okay. This building in particular is the old jail. The old jail is unoccupied right now. Coroner Butts would love to occupy this building if it's okay with the commissioners. And here's why: because this building right here to your upper left-hand corner, that is the county morgue, and this is the building. So it's in close proximity, and it would be great and ideal geographically, and I guess reduce on traveling back and forth to different buildings. It would reduce on the cost for fuel. We discovered some interesting findings for the morgue upon her taking office. We also observed some biological hazards that we're going to have to get rid of that have been sitting there, it looks like, potentially for a while. In addition to that, we're going to use this money to properly placard and put safety signage on these facilities. This is an assurity and reduction in liability to the county. In addition to that, The morgue cannot really house that many people. It's just 2 cots that she has, and she has to keep the other 2 in the field. So we're proposing a rack system and a scissor lift system. This is the best way to not injure somebody, in my opinion. You just slide an individual across and very in a dignified way. I want to touch base on this particular picture right here. We also noticed that inside of the morgue, or immediately outside the morgue in this general area, that there is biological waste of 2 boxes. That is not an overnight process. That has been sitting there for a while upon her taking it's very concerning. So we are working to mitigate that. We're also including that in our cost to try to get rid of this. But I wanted to, and I don't think my PowerPoint synced, but if you look at your pictures on that PowerPoint, what we have noticed here is that this facility the room immediately outside of the morgue used to be an old kitchen for the jail. This could serve as an autopsy lab. And why is this beneficial? Because let me tell you, you may be able to charge $500 per autopsy as the facility hosting the autopsy. And that could offset the cost of the coroner's office. And it could also potentially, it would help so that she can draw toxicology for this and for her cases and send it to a private lab to expedite the results. And in addition to that, they could host a local medical examiner's. They could host a local medical examiner, and that's important because if other counties around her wanted to buy into a local medical examiner, they could have that local medical examiner, but the county would reap the benefits of hosting that facility and would continue a great turnaround time for those autopsies, not holding up the courts, and even better, when we have something of foul play happen in our county, it is great to have a sheriff's deputy, detective, investigator there on scene, and most of them and prosecutors want to be there, and that's very beneficial. Yes, ma'am. In addition to that, we pulled these, and filming opportunities as well. Everybody loves to film, I guess, in those types of environments. It's been brought to my attention. So one of the things the only background information I had were these numbers for the annual budget. So that's what we had. And in addition to that, to kind of offset the cost, we're going to be submitting additional requests probably no later than Monday of next week to GMA and to our emergency management agency partners here at the county for personal protective equipment to offset the cost, especially since we are still very active during the COVID crisis. I've also encapsulated this with the numbers of 210 confirmed deaths. These are the graphs and charts of all of your mortality statistics inside of the county. This includes suicides, poisonings, overdoses, motor vehicle crashes, and as you can tell, all of them are on the rise, which I would hope would supplement the decision-making process on increasing her budget and her requests for personnel. Just this month, or just this year alone, in January, she had 42 cases in total. And more importantly, in February and March, which, by the way, February and March are usually the slowest months in the year for a coroner or medical examiner's office. But as you can tell, she is well on her way, and she's already had 15 thus far in April and growing. In conclusion to this, we wanted to thank everybody for their time, but more importantly, we want to reiterate the statistics support increasing a forensic-based training to combat any issues that the county may endure. Also the manpower and facilities, because again, if you have a deputy coroner all the way at Atlanta Medical Center and you have 2 other calls holding in your county, you don't want to start keeping these other deputies in municipalities. A police officer has to remain on the scene until the coroner comes there. They have to remain on scene while the coroner's there because the peace officer is in charge of that scene. And in addition to that, the coroner's responsibility is to take charge of the body. So that is pretty much our presentation. And thank you for your flexibility, Mr. Chairman. We really appreciate that. Pending your questions.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all so much for your presentation. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
I was looking at the positions that were being requested. So, and this might be a question to Brittany, because when I was looking in the back of our budget, I don't see any of those positions posted.
This presentation is the first that I've seen of those positions. And then I'll also mention, I noticed a lot of numbers in the presentation were different than what was put in Munis several weeks ago. So what you're probably seeing in your budget book doesn't add up with what I've seen on the presentation.
Okay, did you notice, can you tell us what that difference was?
Do you have a total dollar figure for everything that was on the slideshow?
Some of them are already in there, but we were going to address that also because we've been trying to get in touch with you. So we will forward that information to you and resubmit a proper one before everyone votes. Is that okay with you, Mr. Group?
So let me ask a question, because I want to make sure we stay on good terms here. Brittany, you didn't reach out to the coroner's office? You didn't email them about letting them know about the budget?
She's been included in every email that I've sent to all department heads.
Okay.
So usually my budget correspondence goes out to the department head email group. And so she's received all those emails.
Okay. I just want to make sure everybody on the same page, but go ahead.
Okay, so that was one question. You answered I had another question about the comparisons. So you answered that question. Are there any other full-time coroners in the state of Georgia out of 159 counties?
Technically, the coroner is a part-time position, but I'm working full-time hours.
Okay.
So pretty much it needs to be full-time because I'm 24 hours, 7 days a week. And we have a lot of coroners that actually, you know, function in the same capacity that I'm functioning in, but they do have the manpower. Okay. But however, they came into the office with a foundation. Here I'm coming in, I'm birthing. So I'm birthing, and like I said, I need all the help I can get right now. And Brittany, you did notify me on some of the budget. Let me be clear on that. But by me being new, and nobody never took the time out to sit down and tell me what was instilled and what I need to have. And when I respond to you on time to time, I ask you about, can you present certain stuff to me from the previous administration? I was told that it wasn't available, correct? The 2 years, let's look at, remember I asked you about the form and you said you do not have it.
The form, the department form that I asked to fill out, there was never one filled out by the previous coroner.
Okay.
But I have never told you that their budget information is not available. You have access to Munis and are able to view that information.
And I put in several requests to be trained as well for Munis, and I have yet. But like I said, guys, fault me, and that's why I went out to get a consultant, somebody that knows the budget, somebody knows the coroner, and understand my vision and my mission. My goal is to bring the best to Newton County. It will be no more. Every time when I want to request something or anything with finances or anybody, I will be CCing the board because I like to be transparent. So therefore, going forward on everything, I just want to make sure that I get all the support from each and every one of you guys to continue and allow me to do the job that I was elected to do and be the coroner. If you see any faults or flaws that I may have, and I have some, please come by the office. No one has ever came to the office. Let me take that back. I have maybe 2 commissioners, and I take that back, have came. But nobody, since I came to this role, came and said, hey, Ms. Butts, let me show you the way. But at the end of the day, I just want us to work together.
And may I interject?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Perhaps more presentably, Coroner Butts wants to do this, and her and I have talked about resynchronizing with everybody and trying to regroup and kind of keeping everybody together and amicable. She wants to invite the commissioners to come out and have an open house. And in addition to that, she also wants to establish a ride-along program for the commissioners. We can't really do that for the general public, even though she wanted to, because it would greatly increase the chances of compromising a sensitive investigation. We believe in privacy and confidentiality, and so we are going to keep that intact, but we wanted to extend to other government officials, even to the finance department if necessary, with y'all's permission, to have everybody the ability to come and tour and understand what we do, because yes, there are very specific roles that are common, but as we proceed forward with us becoming more robust in population, with the technicalities that we encounter, we want to continue to do our role to continue to keep a success rate with the commissioners, transparency, and understanding. It has been very difficult, if I might add, to, again, establish this baseline information so that we come prepared, because we spent a good amount of time to research and do these things. And we want to be transparent to the board and answer questions and remain synchronized with everybody. And if y'all think that we're not doing the right thing, let us know, and we're going to make the appropriate corrections.
Thank you.
I
You
had
got a few
another
more?
question.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry.
I know we had just awarded $50,000. Have we actually have we appropriated those funds? The $50,000 that we just gave, I think it was the beginning part of this year. Have we actually appropriated those funds already as well?
No, I have not. Let me say this. I probably I did the budget for my staff. I think I spent maybe $1,000 on supplies. That's all that has been appropriated at this time.
Okay.
I have a little bit challenges trying to get certain stuff, what I need. But I think going forward, after today, I do need to make sure that I put things into play and actually get my office up and running.
And Commissioner Mason, may I might add,
Sure.
We have done a complete inventory and audit of all the gear and equipment that she has, including the personal protective equipment, and there could not be a more critical time than a worldwide pandemic to have the appropriate PPE,
Right.
especially for other public safety members that rely on us when we go to these things. So she's been unable to acquire these, and she's kind of getting critically low, and we have that inventory sheet that we can disclose to the Board of Commissioners.
Yes, that would be helpful as well.
Yes, sir.
You had talked about the $175 per call, and this might be a question for Brittany. Where does those funds go? Does it go back into the coroner's office to kind of help, or does that come back into the county budget? I think y'all talked about $175 per call.
Let me, I can help you with that.
Okay.
Pretty much, according to Title 45, each call, death call we receive is $175 per call.
Okay.
You can be on call, I can put Mr. Ross on call for 24 hours. If he doesn't get a call, then he doesn't get it, it is no pay. He can't leave the county because he has to stay within Newton County.
Right.
But if he get 5 calls, that's $175 per call.
Right.
Coroners does not get paid until they go to a death call, and it's only one fee. So if 5 coroners show up, only one person is getting paid because that's the lead investigator.
Okay.
Okay, unless we do transport. Now, if I'm the lead investigator, I can show up because I'm a salaried person. So, and if Mr. Ross come up, he's a 175. So you got 2 manpower, because sometimes the cases do need help turning, lifting, documenting, taking pictures. So that's why, and if one of us get called away, of course, like I said, out of those cases, I think you said we got, for April, our numbers is like, what, 12?
So say, for example, if you did get a call and it was $175, does that $175 go to the coroner in your pocket?
It goes to the deputy that's doing the investigation.
That's how I was trying to make sure it wasn't reciprocated back into the deputy coroner's office, or did it come to the county, or did it go to the individual? So it goes to that.
It goes to the lead investigator that's on that case.
And that's also one of the reasons why we've requested to have a full-time chief deputy and a full-time coroner, because that's additional manpower that can come out there who's not going to continuously charge $175, because if those folks did charge $175 per call, it probably would go up astronomically. So this is, I think, the fair way to mitigate and be cost-effective for the county.
Okay. Have you gotten any help from any of the funeral homes yet? Because I know we had talked about, and I was looking in the flow chart.
When you say
where
funeral home,
the body sometimes will have to be transported from our morgue to an actual funeral home.
Absolutely. One thing about it, the funeral home has been amazing.
Okay, good.
But when it become my case and they have to be transported to Newton County Morgue, we do have transporters in place. I think Mr. Ross wanted me to have them to bid out. So since they already have a packet, he's going to meet with them, because I wanted to make sure, and they're trained properly. Because when they're dealing with my citizens, I want to make sure when I bring them up under my custody, everything that we do instill certain way we want to do. We want to respect, honor, and show, make sure we take care of them in a timely manner. If I need to transport to the GBI, I transport to GBI a couple of times, but it takes me out of the county. There's nobody else to cover the county. So if I'm on County Road and they keep me there, then if they get a call, you're gonna have to sit and wait.
Right.
Because remember, the coroner's office is a part-time and my deputies are part-time.
Right.
And they have other employers.
I have one last quick question, and then I want to be done.
I'm glad. But see,
'Cause I
next
just
time
want-
you're gonna invite me to that retreat and I'm gonna be ready for
Well,
y'all.
see, and actually, just to clarify that, the retreat was really just for the Board of Commissioners, so that we can get an understanding and not other organizations or departments.
Absolutely.
So that's really what the retreat was for. One last question, like all the individuals, I know you have mentioned the last time you came before us that there were individuals that were working in the coroner's office that had not been compensated. So where are we with that, as well as our?
We got paid.
Okay.
Say that,
Okay, good.
As of January the 19th.
Okay, good.
We had no
Okay, good.
payments. February the 6th, no payment, because I remember the dates because I was in Gypstick, so we had not gotten paid at that time.
Okay.
But now they have gotten paid.
Okay, good.
Okay.
And so now we're working on Mr. Ross.
Well, Mr.
Okay.
Ross,
Or-
and you know, I got a couple of other deputies that's coming around that wants to come into the county because they want to make sure that I survive.
Right.
I met wonderful people when I went to Gypstick. People are reaching out to me, with Zooming me every day, and I just really appreciate that. And I appreciate you.
Thank you.
And he's able to relieve me. Last night he relieved me for the first time. I didn't have a phone. I didn't have to worry about anything
Make no
for the
mistake,
first time
we
in
balance each
4
other
months.
out. So.
Okay.
Thank you. For the first time in 4 months, I was able to sleep peacefully.
Yes, ma'am.
And I didn't have to have a phone tied to me because all 911 calls come to me.
Okay.
Out of all those, I think we had like almost close to 200 calls this year. All those calls I have taken, and I have been on majority of the calls. So with that law that came in, I have to say whether or not I want to be salary or 175. So if you
Okay.
paid me 175 times $198, but this is only April, I got to keep going. And I got to keep going. If nobody else answer, I got to call. I got to answer.
We just want the time that we're not going to burn out our staff members, and we want to have retention because it's expensive to send these folks to training. It's very specific forensic training, and it's something that we can offer to the county in the best trajectory possible. So thank you all for your questions.
Yeah, I got a couple more.
I'm sorry.
Henderson, go ahead. Commissioner Sanders, go ahead.
I was talking to the chairman at the time, so I didn't catch it. So, what was that, in February or January when we voted to give you the $50,000?
19th.
So, when was it?
January the 19th. That was the
So
board.
you haven't seen any of it?
No.
So Brittany, where we are with that to distribute those funds? to
I've been
the
keeping an eye on her budget to see where she's at. So the plan is to take the $50,000 to her budget once she reaches her actual budgeted amount.
But they allow, we voted to give her additional 50 past the budget. So that'd be what? How much was the budget that you had? So it wasn't.
Well,
it wasn't $50,000 of her budget. It was additional $50,000.
So I have to actually bring a budget transfer to the board to be approved because you can't, because I've got to actually take it from somewhere else in the budget. So I have to actually bring a budget transfer to say we're moving this money from here to bring it to her. So I have been keeping an eye on her budget and I was going to plan to do that when she needed it, but if y'all would prefer, I can do it in this board meeting next Tuesday. Yes. Yes.
So, did you need it at the time, or was there no need?
Oh, I need budget because I need resources. I need body bags. I need gloves. I need furniture. I need a lot. But I think when you and I correspond that you was going to get with me to find out what I need. And I can probably follow back on that email trail that you was going to get with me to tell that way you can come in and see what the coroner office needed at that time. But if you release them, that's why I wanted somebody that do my audit. He's a third party. He knows the coroner office. He knows how to do audits. Coming in, birthing us. As you guys can see, he gave me a total different brand. He rebranded I had a logo different, a total different logo. He came in and did XYZ. As far as the cremation remains, as far as moving me in the right direction. That's where I want to be. Let's wipe the slate clean and just go ahead so we can do what's right.
How quickly can we get an expense report to Brittany so that we can go ahead and figure out how we can allocate those funds and transfer everything over?
Yeah, because I'll need to know where you want to spend that 50,000.
Sure. We can do a breakdown. How about by end of business tomorrow? Is that okay with everybody?
What? You
For
gotta go
the-
home.
what-
I'm sorry, guys. He's been with me. Let me say this. Let me say this. I've been housing him. He live over an hour away, guys, and he's been staying in my home for the last 4 days, trying to get this budget, making sure I'm right, doing all this research. And like I told him,
Thank you.
and he can also act on my behalf and give me some time off because I have some personal events that are coming up in my life. So, and like I said, guys, he's a great guy. He's here to do what's right, and he's here to bridge. And I want to say I thank you so much.
And when you do get time, we can just go to lunch one day next week. You're free. Is that okay? You have availability for lunch?
Just emailing me and I'll check my calendar.
I didn't give him a card. I'm just kidding, babe. I'm just playing.
You know-
I'm just like that.
Commissioner Henderson.
Ms. Brittany, where we at with the P-courts? I know you had said that we would distribute to other constitutional officers. So does our court have the P-card, and how would that affect her budget, if it does?
I got the P card application from her, I think, a week or two ago. So this next board meeting, I was gonna bring that to y'all.
I was hoping that the P-card would pay for some of those bags and stuff that you wanted.
She's been buying some of the bags off Amazon.
Okay, so my last
You've been
question.
purchasing bags from Amazon?
I just did 6. I just kind of, like I said, I don't know where to budget at because I don't know how to get in munis. But once again, I would definitely get with you and get up a time because, like I said, I've been trying to get an independent audit. You was telling me to hang on. So my goal is I just want to work together and just try to put some of these fires out that I'm up against. And
And we want to establish vendors that are more affordable rates. We're not just having to go off the shelf of, a regular vendor that a civilian would use. We want to establish things that would be cost effective long-term for the county. We've also been talking about different body bags that are cost effective for different types of cases.
Yeah, guys, we gotta wrap this up. I
Hey,
gotta.
just one last
Can I
question.
say one thing, guys?
Yeah.
The first week of May, we're gonna have a coroner's retreat. So my thing is, I'm gonna invite you guys out to the open house where you guys can actually see us. We're gonna do a reenactment case as to what the coroner's supposed to do and things like that. So we're gonna pick a date.
Okay, excellent. And we'll let y'all know. Commissioner Henderson, go.
Well, thank you.
Sorry.
The question I wanted to ask to Brittany is, where did the money come from that you were paying them? Is that some money you're gonna take back once you get a budget? How is that? Because I said there was about 3 or 4 bills you said that had been paid.
Can you ask that one more time? Sorry, it wasn't clear exactly what you were asking.
Okay, I'm sorry. You had said that you had paid some monies to the coroners or people or somebody. The deputies.
Her budget.
Well, so the question I'm asking is, where did the money come from?
Her budget.
Since there was no budget, there's no
Yeah.
budget.
Well, she
You
had
haven't got
budget.
50,000, so how we do that?
She had a budget in there to pay the contract labor, so that money was already there. She had that before the 50,000 because that was money that was budgeted, and that was still left over that the previous
so it was-
coroner didn't use.
Yes, ma'am. So what you telling me, there was already money in the coroner's budget
Yes.
that was left by the prior coroner?
Yes.
Okay, so how much is that? How much was that, I guess, this question?
At the time she took office, I think about 50% of the budget had been spent. So she had the remaining 50% left.
Okay, so I'm asking how much money is I don't.
Give me a minute and I can pull that.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Quick, while she looking, Brittany, you said about time she took office, 50% was already spent, or she spent that already?
No, 50% had already been spent prior to her coming in office and we had been through 50% of the year, so that was about right, because July to December.
So she didn't come in with a fresh budget. She came in with a budget from the previous
As
coroner.
all newly
So
elected
that's why she
officials
needed
have.
additional funds.
Yes.
Interesting
Gotcha.
enough, and I think it's important to disclose to the board that training, when did somebody last go to training? In November? So as I'd mentioned, that training is expensive for coroners, for inserts, but there was some training that we saw that came across her training portal for the state that had been sent. So it was kind of interesting that if somebody's on their way out, why would they be going to training upon tendering their leave to an administration?
Guys, I gotta get the solid, I gotta get
Sir, I'm
Kevin
sorry.
up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you guys
We
so
greatly
much. I
appreciate you
y'all.
guys. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
I'll just leave the clicker up here. Thank
Thank
y'all
you.
very much.
Thank you. Kevin want to? Kevin was at 3, right? They got Kevin at 3. So where we at now?
No, well, I think we had the extra time because Judge Branche didn't come.
Yeah, move Kevin.
We did.
Look at that one. Look at that one from the news man. Look at that one. Wow. Thank you, Kevin.
Come on up, Kevin. Yeah, we just need.
I know it. I'm sorry. I know it. How
Hey,
you doing,
Chairman
sir?
and Commissioners, good afternoon.
Hold on one second, Kevin. Let me get the page number because you're out of order. 295 is the page number for solid waste.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I'm here to talk about the Solid Waste Department budget, which is 2 divisions, the landfill division and the recycling division, that both together make up the Solid Waste Department. As far as accomplishments, I wanted to point out at the beginning what we have accomplished in the fiscal budget year, fiscal 21, that we're currently just coming to the end of. Very significantly, we developed a final 5-year pro forma financial plan that was finalized by the Solid Waste Management Authority and approved this spring for fiscal year, fiscal 22 through fiscal 26. It's a 5-year period. This accomplishment completes the number 1 most important strategic plan action item under Strategy B, which is to establish a comprehensive financial management plan providing adequate resources to deliver recycling and solid waste services to the public. This 5-year plan projects that the equity and pooled cash at the end of fiscal FY 2026 will be over $7.5 million. In the past, our equity and pooled cash has gotten down to under $1 million, and out of a $6 million budget, that's only a couple of months, 1 to 2 months of expenditures. If we don't have cash, we can't pay our bills, and we'd have to look to the BOC for a short-term loan or take some kind of a loan. We, of course, did not want to do that, and we worked very hard the last couple of years to build up our equity and pooled cash. But on this 5-year plan, at the end of 5 years, we'll have at least $7.5 million to reinvest in the landfill. We have a lot of equipment that we have to buy. We have that we're depreciating. We have closure costs that we have to put aside and save for later. And in the past, these monies were not saved. So we have a lot of future expenses that we're trying to provide for. Also, this will allow the Solid Waste Management Authority to begin paying down excessively high debt and also begin paying for equipment replacement and capital projects that we're doing using cash instead of borrowing money. The last 5 years, the Solid Waste Authority and the BOC before, when new expenses came up, just borrowed more money. So right now, the department has a excessively high, according to our auditors, debt, and we have to start to bring down that debt. So having more money in equity and pool cash, we can start to pay for things out of cash. So I think that's a very major accomplishment, and it took a couple of years to reach this plan. This plan includes what we're going to charge people at the tipping fees, at the scale, what we're going to charge our customers, how many customers we're going to have, and what we're going to charge people for hang tags to use the convenience centers. As far as a major goal for this current fiscal year, we want to accomplish construction of a new landfill cell that we're just beginning, and we very much need. It's called Cell 8A. And we also want to meet the projections of the first year of the financial plan. We want to make sure that we're on target, that we're putting aside enough money as we planned. I believe we can exceed the plan, but we have to monitor it every year. That being said, we have a budget that's similar to last year. I think the total budget for the department is $6.8 million. The expenses are balanced with revenues. We significantly have budgeted this year to put $225,000 back into the convenience centers to improve buildings and to improve equipment. We have done very little of that in the last couple of years. The buildings are very old and the equipment's very old. We've tried real hard to repair it, compactors and roll-offs and other equipment at the centers, but they're 25 years old now and they're really breaking down. So we budgeted $225,000 to make repairs to the convenience centers. I think it's very important for the money that people are paying for these hang tags that they get good service. Also, a very substantial amount of money, almost $400,000, goes into staffing the centers with our temporary employees. I have included in the budget a 10% raise for these employees. They have not gotten a raise in 4 years. They're all paid approximately $10 an hour. When we took over 4 years ago, the employees of an outside service were paid minimum wage. There was more employees. We tried to reduce the number of employees to only what we needed, and we set the pay at the minimum county pay, which is $10 an hour. That's the lowest grade in permanent service at the county. But we have not given any raises to these employees. And so I'm including amount of money in the budget if this BOC approves and the Solid Waste Authority approves to give employees a 10% raise, the first raise in 4 years. That would raise their pay to approximately $11 an hour, which, as you know, has been discussed a lot in the last few weeks on a state level and a national level. And it hasn't been mandated that we have a minimum wage of that amount, but that may come in the future. So I think a small increase is a good investment. Everything else is fairly consistent with the last year budget for expenses, with those two exceptions. We're adding no staff. We're not making any major capital purchases of equipment at the landfill. We have a lot of maintenance to do on the heavy equipment we have, and we've budgeted for that. So with that, I would entertain any questions you have.
Thank you, sir. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Kevin, for your presentation.
Certainly.
We need Solid Waste Authority. How well do we? One question I saw in the line item, it was $2,000 for reimbursement of expenses. What do you know what that is? Because it doesn't explain what that is. I don't know if you or maybe Brittany knows. It's line item 529999.
Is it in the solid waste or the recycling center?
I'm sorry, solid waste.
So 45,300.
I didn't hear you.
Do you see that, Brittany?
Hold on one second. Let me look it up.
Oh, okay, you're looking. While she's doing that, if you can, I also saw another line item, 531300 for food, $4,000. What is that for?
We have meetings with outside consultants. Sometimes we provide lunch. We have meetings with the Solid Waste Authority where we provide dinner, like a to-go box dinner. So that pays for those things.
Okay.
I think that just got put in the wrong line item because
Okay.
it says it's mileage reimbursement, so it probably should have been put in travel. So we can fix that.
So that 2,000 should go from reimbursement of expenses line item to travel?
Correct.
Okay. I think that
We
was
have a
the-
very limited education and travel budget. We do send people to the landfill certified operators course up at Athens, which is a week's worth of training. It's fairly expensive. We have myself and 3 other certified operators. The state requires us to have 1 state certified operator at all times at the landfill. So I'm always looking to certify more people. This fiscal year, we're going to send 1 person to that certification. We don't pay mileage for pretty much any other costs except for special trainings. We do send some of our equipment operators to 1 to 2 meetings a year where they can go to one-day meetings in Atlanta of this SWANA Association, the Solid Waste Association of North America, and get points and learn new things. But mostly we just work at the landfill.
Commissioner Sanders. I don't know if you can answer this, or Brittany. What is the revenue for the Solid Waste Authority from the tags and everything that comes in annually?
For just the hang tags or
Well,
like the
whatever
whole,
money comes in.
I could
all
answer.
the, Kevin? you
Yeah, I can answer that. The revenue that we're projecting this year from hang tags is $947,500.
And
$947,500.
that's for this year.
That's
So
for
how
the,
much that cost? I'm sorry.
that's for the
Finish.
fiscal year 2022.
2022. You know what you made in 2020?
I do. Yes, it was $812,500. That's our major income, and the other income is selling recycled materials. And we, this current year and next year, we're projecting $60,000. In years going by, we made more money selling things. And unfortunately, the prices that we get have plummeted. We used to get $400 a ton for cardboard, and it went down to almost zero. It went down to $30 a ton because of world economics and all kinds of other problems. We sell our cardboard to Pratt Industries in Conyers. Now it's back up to $60 a ton, but that's a huge hit. I mean, we're getting 20% of what we used to get. Metal, for the last several years, we sell it to L&B Recycling in Porterdale, and we do make money on metal. We make $25,000, $30,000 on metal. Plus people pay us, when they bring it to the landfill, they pay for that, and then we sell it for scrap. Plastics, we have to pay Pratt to take plastics. They used to take it and give us no money for it, and then they would recycle it. They have to separate it, and they have a very detailed factory to do that. But they started to greatly lose money, so they told their customers, we'll continue to take your plastic, but you have to pay for it. So the Solid Waste Authority is paying for it. Glass, we take down to Strategic Materials in Atlanta, the only place in Georgia that will take glass. Almost all the communities in Georgia stopped taking glass, and we thought, that's not right. People want to recycle glass, they bring it to the recycling centers. We need to make sure it gets made back into glass. So we take it down there to Atlanta and we break even. They pay us $20 a ton, and it costs us about that to truck it down there. But I think it's important, so we break even on that. But so that $60,000 as a whole is all we make on recycled materials.
And how much of that is going back into the overhead costs? So do you utilize the revenue that's collected at the end of the year?
Okay.
How much does that go back into?
As I said, I budgeted $225,000 to improve the centers, to make improvements to the buildings and the compactors. We have about $400,000 in labor costs to staff the centers. And then the remainder of the costs that equal those revenues are for the 3 truck drivers we have, the 6 trucks that we have that haul roll-offs, all the diesel fuel that we use. I think our fuel budget is about $100,000. So it costs a great deal of money to run and get that stuff and bring it to the landfill. So that's what, so we break even, basically.
I got Commissioner Mason and then Commissioner Henderson.
So you have mentioned, of course, no money for plastic, break even for glass. What was the other materials you said that we do generate
Metals.
revenue? Metals.
Metals, and that's a very good thing. I mean, the market has been, it's low, but it's stable. I think we make 7 cents a pound on metals. But when people bring it to the landfill and they separate it, they have to pay $40 a ton to get rid of it, which they pay. And then, so we make money there at the landfill, and then we take it, and L&B gives us, they come and get it, they have a contract with us, and then they pay us by the pound. So that's a moderate source of income.
So metal is the only one?
We had a competitive bid for the contract, and Oconee Metals and L&B are the only local companies that bid, and L&B won the award, and their contract expires this fall, and we'll bid it again for a 2-year period.
So metals is the only material that we actually generate some revenue from?
No, cardboard. It's called OCC, Old Corrugated Cardboard. And the Pratt Paper Mill over in Conyers, that's what they make. And it's 100% recycled. So they take all the old cardboard they can get, but the price we get is very low. It's $60 a ton they pay us.
$16 a ton?
60.
Oh, 60.
A ton.
So you don't think it would be, because I have had some citizens recently talk about why Newton County doesn't have a recycling program in place. Is this the reason why we don't really have that recycling program in place? Because it's really kind of slightly obsolete, it's kind of going away. We don't really generate revenue from recycling certain materials like plastic and glass.
People ask me frequently, why can't we dispose of recycled materials for free? And that's the answer, is that we take recycled materials at the convenience centers, excuse me, and we lose money on it. But people go to the trouble to separate, and they bring their garbage there, of course, too, but they separate everything else. And most people that have the tags do separate these recyclables. So half of the people that come there are interested in recycling. They're interested in getting rid of their garbage for the cheapest price possible, too. But so we think it's extremely important to take that and make the best use out of all those separated materials we can. But to allow, we don't have any facility at the landfill to allow people to come with just recycling. We did try, I'm sympathetic. I mean, I think if people just want to recycle,
Right.
But 2 years ago, we tried to make a special tag for $25 where you could get into the center. We had one center designated, and you could get into that center and recycle only. No garbage, no bulk waste, no trees, just recycling. And we only sold about 500 tags versus 5,000 or 6,000 hang tags. So people didn't even want to pay $24. And that, we were losing money. And I thought, well, gee, if they want to recycle, they're really interested, they'll pay a few dollars. But nobody wanted to buy those tags. So there are people that say, I really want to recycle for free, but they're a fairly small number of people. So I wish there was some other way we could have a facility, but we just don't have the setup to do that now.
So with that being said, we as county commissioners, we should really just, for those citizens that contact us and say that they want to recycle, we should just refer them to the current recycling centers where they can take that recyclable material to the recycling centers.
They can, but they have to have a tag to use it.
Okay.
They have to have the tag. And the reason for that is 2 reasons. We lose money on recyclables. And second, and most important, you know, a small number of people make a problem for everybody. And everybody, we've had people Xerox these hang tags and laminate them. We've had people use the same hang tag among 10 family members. We've had a modest amount of cheating, you know, to try and, avoid the system. And if people could get into the centers without a tag, they would dispose of their garbage and their bulk waste. So that's the reason we can't let them in. And we can't watch every single person. We just have to see that they have a tag. So
Let me get Commissioner Henderson, because we got a 3:30 stopping point.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, make sure everybody hear me. You know, had a few meetings ago, maybe a couple of years ago, and the subject was that we were going to, or y'all going to pay back some money back to the county so that we could, so they could kind of pay back. And every year we're going to pay them back. And it seemed to me like every year we're paying more, because at one point we were losing, I think, $500,000 on waste part. And then we were losing maybe another $500,000, correct me if I'm wrong, Kevin, you've been here a long time, on the recycling ends. And then, how many recycling centers do we have now?
We have 6 recycling centers open.
So how many we have at the beginning?
There's 11.
There used to be 11, right?
Originally 11.
So we done cut in all the recycling centers, and it's still going up high, and the taxpayers still putting the bill. And the $900,000 that I think I heard $900,000 that y'all may be taking in this year, $800,000 last year, and nothing goes back to the taxpayers of Newton County. So, I think it's just really depressed me just thinking about those numbers. I mean, it's so what part, because we've been promised, at least I thought I had been promised, and maybe next year we're going to be putting some money back into to the taxpayers of Newton County. And every year, it seems like we put in more. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We did talk with the Solid Waste Authority about paying for some of the services we get from the authority, from the county. We get financial services from the finance department. We get HR services. We get other support from the county. And the Solid Waste Authority doesn't contribute to the BOC. And we talked about putting in the budget an amount of money to give back to pay for some of those services. And the authority preferred to invest that in the convenience centers. That's the reason we have included $225,000 to repair them. They're really old and deteriorating. So that's the way we're going to pay back the public, is make them work better and keep them fully operational for people and try to give better service. That's what
Absolutely. I guess one last is coming. We have been trying for the past year, before Ms. Melanie came on the Board of Commissioners, trying to get me somebody from District 4 to sit on that board. And I remember asking at one meeting, said, I would like to put Mr. Junior Hilliard's name so we can, and it never do get voted on. So not only are we not getting anything back as for taxpayers, especially the ones who are living in District 4, but we also don't have a representative. And so I'm just thinking, when are we going to put someone on the board from District 4 on the Solid Waste Authority?
Okay, Commissioner Sanders. Do we know what the cost was before, when the taxpayers were not paying for the convenience center versus now? Because I wasn't on the board then, so I would love to know that annually figure that it cost the county before we started charging the taxpayers.
The county traditionally put about $2 million into the solid waste budget every year, that the solid waste budget was short.
So we're actually paying more now that the county is.
No, well, the citizens are paying $947,000, and we economized and we make more at the scales, so we balanced our budget. But the BOC used to have to do a transfer every year of $2 million, which we eliminated. So we saved the BOC $2 million. So what they did, Commissioner, is they ran the landfill and the convenience centers at a loss. They every year they didn't have enough money, and the general fund had to take tax money, general tax money, and give it to the landfill to make up the difference. And that's what having the convenience centers for free, plus the landfill being not efficiently run. So we made everybody pay for those costs, and that's not equitable because only some people use the landfill. Not everybody, General Mills and the businesses in town, they all get taxed, and a lot of them have to pay commercial haulers. They don't even use the landfill, so they pay double. So this is better because the people that use the landfill are the ones that are paying for it.
So I'm just looking at the numbers, because you're requesting $5,227,000, and you said the county was paying $2 million. So that leaves $3 million minus the 900 or 800. So really, it's really no difference. It's more of a even. It's really even it out. There's no difference in the cost. I'm looking at the numbers. That's what I was asking.
So
there's really no difference.
Do you mind if I? Okay. The 900,000 he said earlier was just for the decal purchases. So they bring in millions and dollars of other revenue through user fees. So I think when he spoke on those numbers earlier, he didn't include those. Because solid waste is an enterprise fund, so they have to have a balanced budget. So their revenues have to balance back to their expenditures every year. And they do that minus we do still, like he said, we used to transfer in about $2 million from the general fund. Now it's more along the lines of $600,000, and that only includes, and the only reason we do that is because there was an agreement made several years ago that the board would transfer in the debt service payment on part of one of his loans, and that was for the settlement that was made with East Georgia.
When you have a moment, can you send me the figures that they actually, I know you can't do it now, next week, send me the revenue of the solid waste.
Okay.
Just one comment concerning that, and then just briefly, Mr. Chairman. The recycling centers were never built by the county, at least because I've been on board, to make any money. They were more of a service that was provided by the citizens of Newton County, provided for the citizens of Newton County, so that you could take care of recyclables and stuff and put them in a bin. So they was never built to make the money, because all those was paid for by splash money. At least I know at least the one in District 4 was. It used to be out Cook Road. The landfill was the one that every year was about a $500,000 deficit. And if you took the recycling center, well, we spend all this money for these people to be there, 11 people to be at the recycling centers, along with the money that they were getting, and put that all together. It was a bigger deficit, but it wasn't. They were never, at least from what I've learned, sitting on the board during that time, was for them to make money. Now, if you also factor in the parties where we're paying folks, I think the road department, I think Lord here, he probably would confirm this, is getting people to paying people. I think we need about 2 employees, 3 employees, going around picking up trash that people are throwing on the side of the road or and so I think if you looked at it, and then the citizens, they're not getting anything back from the landfill. We're not getting anything back. No tax money here with our taxes. I think we're spending way more than what we should. Or people are saying that we're saving. I'm through, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Kevin, we greatly appreciate you, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you for all you do in this budget hearings. Very difficult job to go through all this every day for days. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, we got one more after that. Yeah, let's keep going. Yeah, we good. They got it. What now? No, I think it's out of order.
You ready? Okay. Up next, we have Anthony Carter with Public Defender, and his information starts on page 282 of your budget book.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
It's nice to be here. I hate coming on a microphone after somebody with a voice like Kevin, the nice, deep, very white voice, whatever. And I come up here, I sound like a little girl, but I'm Anthony Carter. I'm the Circuit Public Defender. This board established my office in July of 2000. This will be, I believe, my 20th time presenting a budget to the board. People ask what we do, and basically, you see on television when somebody gets arrested and the police say, you have a right to an attorney. If you can't afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you. And that's me. We end up representing probably 90 to 95% of the people who come before, the court. The reason for that is, I mean, honestly, a lot of crime occurs in low-income households, but also once you're arrested and you don't have a job, then we also, we try to help. Our job is to help make sure that clients are adequately represented, but also to help the county to make sure that we clear the jails, to make sure that we process cases through. And one way that I justify our existence to some extent with the Board of Commissioners is that every day that a person spends in the Newton County Jail costs the county $50. Once a person is sentenced or gone through, it's either zero or the state pays for that person to come through. So if we can process the cases through, whether it's through pleas, whatever, we're certainly, that's certainly always on our mind whenever we look at the jail. And when we talk to the sheriff, we work with the sheriff, we work with the judges, we work with the DA every day to make sure that the jail is cleared out as best it can. My budget is 96% personnel. The rest of it is pens and paper, basically. I'm not asking for any new personnel this year. I have no capital allocations. In fact, I think I may have asked for a little bit less than last year. So you're welcome for that. If you have any specific questions, I'll be happy to answer. We've made a few adjustments here and there. But basically, this is the same budget that we've had for the last few years.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Henderson.
Thank you. Well, first of all, Anthony, I just want to thank you for just for kind of putting up with us and with being a public defender and being having to spend way less money than the district attorney's office. And you probably got more lawyers over there that we're paying than the public defender office.
They do.
It's my understanding that the cases, people in jail, there's about 96% of those people are mentally, that's another word for it. Mental health. Thank you. Mental illness.
Yes.
And so that's most time is a lot of reason why they may be somewhat like, in my opinion, repeat offenders. Shouldn't at some point we have, or you may think of having somebody on your staff that may be able to deal with that too as well? Because most of the time, and this is once again my opinion, they can go in, they come out, they go right back in. Mm-hmm. And if you don't address the mental illness issue of it, then it's a revolving cycle.
Right. The Governor Deal actually started thinking about this a few years ago, criminal justice reform. We have in Newton County now, we have a resource court for those with mental illness. We also have a drug court for those with drug issues. And that, you're right, that is one of the main sources of recidivism, is a person who is continually jailed or imprisoned for drug charges or because of their mental illness. And these courts help address that, but they're small and they're limited. We can't help everybody. I've gone through the jails before. I go through just to make sure that, if anybody needs something, that I'm, there for them. And I've seen a 70-year-old man standing butt naked up against the wall talking about the Vietnam War. Now, it's sad. What do you do with him? Yeah. And nobody is is bending over backwards to open up facilities for people like that. When you have sex offenders, it makes it even worse, because sex offenders and mental illness, a lot of times they do go together, but there are no facilities available for people with mental illness and who have sex offenses. Yeah. So, these are serious issues, and I'm glad that finally, the governor started years ago. Newton County immediately opened up our resource court and our drug court. We have a juvenile drug court now. We are trying to help, and I certainly agree that is a problem, and I think people are really starting to take it seriously these days.
One last question, then a comment, is that are you still work? It's still the circuit is Newton and Walton County, so you're working over in Walton County too as well.
That is correct.
Yeah, so that's another caseload right there by itself.
It is, and Walton County is quickly catching up with Newton County in number of cases. I think our populations are getting a little bit closer, but the cases in Walton County are really catching up to Newton County. So I go through this budget process with Newton County, I go through it with Walton County, I go through it with the state of Georgia, and I'm happy to, so it keeps me on my toes during budget season, but you're my last meeting of the season, and so, but you are correct. I do have Walton County, I have the same number of staff there, I have the same number of cases. The only people that really go back and forth are the judges, me and Mr. McGinley, and a few other people. They're separate, but they a lot of the same players. Things are very different in each of the counties as well, that's for sure.
And last, my comment, do you still have that Mustang, you still have them shades on, right?
I used to think that I looked really cool with my Mustang and my sunglasses. And you remember Jimmy Alexander. I was driving by the square, I stopped. Jimmy Alexander said, Anthony, you're looking really good there, except for the car seat in the back. so just a point, if you do have a convertible Mustang, don't put your child seat in the back because it reduces the coolness factor. So.
Wow, thank you, sir. Anyone else? Thank you, sir. We greatly
Mr.
appreciate
Sanders,
it.
I have not had a chance to have you at my office or meet you, but welcome. And I would love to have you over to come meet everybody. I'll be in touch. All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I would invite everybody else, but I think we've known each other for a while, so.
We greatly appreciate you.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right.
All right, up next we have our last presenters for the day, which is the Tax Assessor's Office, and we've got Martie Kinard and Veronica Hardy. Sorry, 291.
Hello.
That's exactly what I said.
I was just making sure. Okay. Okay.
And they are a great, great tag team.
I'm Martie Kinard. I've been with the county for going on 25 years. I worked starting out as a residential appraiser and now working my way up to the chief appraiser. And this here is
Veronica Hardy. Been here almost 25 years as well. We've been here and we have just been working, and this year has shined a new light on both of us. And our brains are still smoking, but at the end of the day, the county and getting things done is what matters, and that's what we're here to do.
Wow, thank you.
all right. So we're both new to this. You tell us what you want us to tell you, and we'll go from there.
So I'm just gonna tell you, most of the people are they just been giving highlights of some of the increases. If you guys want to stay with that pattern, you're more than welcome to. If the board have any additional questions, they'll ask you guys.
Okay. All right. There was two that when she and I were going over it that really increased this year. One was contract labor. Our board is interested in bringing an intern in from maybe over at the Career Academy or at the high school level and try to get our youth involved in the county government and help them advance up into our community. Okay, so that's where one of our increases come from. And the other one is in our small equipment, less than 5,000. We're looking to replace a lot of our equipment in the office, our chairs and desks and stuff. We've had that since we've come into the building. We've got laptops that we'd like to add we've been doing a lot of virtual training now. We need it for our board members. You know, some of them just don't even have the equipment to use at their own home, so we're bringing them in to do that for training. And maybe eventually move out to the appraising out in the field with the mobile laptops as well. We did have, what else was on there? Other than that, just more license for Microsoft and stuff like that for Excel instead of the Libra. And we are adding a line item that we haven't had previously, which was for protective clothing. We would like to be able to provide our appraisers that go out into the field into these muddy conditions, and they're tearing up their boots, their shoes, their clothes, and everything like that. And we'd like to be able to provide them at least maybe a pair of shoes, and hopefully steel toe or something like that to protect them while they're out there. And hopefully some polos, you know, for identification purposes. Any other questions?
Guys, y'all have any questions?
Because I'm looking at the decreases, and I want to ask, I've noticed that you had a decrease in your health and life. Did y'all lose some employees, or I was just curious to know what happened?
So the health and life insurance is budgeted based on what is current in that department. So, like, for instance, right now, you know, if I was budgeted single, that's where it would be budgeted out come budget time. So they could have had some changeovers in their department where maybe somebody had family, and then whoever took that position might have just single insurance.
And we have had some vacancies in the office,
Okay.
and you know, as well as our chief appraiser moved up to tax commissioner.
Okay.
So there are some vacancies there as well.
Okay. Anyone
It's
else?
good to see decreases, but.
Yeah, that's why I said it's gonna be kind of weird, but I'll just want to have a, you know.
Anything, Commissioner? Anything, Commissioner? You good? Guys, thank you so much. We greatly appreciate you, and congratulations as well.